Praise the Lord. Let us all bow in reverence to the Lord of life at this time. Unto thee, O God, do we give thanks. Unto thee do we give thanks, for thy name is near thy wondrous works, declare. Heavenly Father and our God, I come to thee this morning with thanksgivings at this hour in the Holy Spirit through the Lord Jesus Christ, thy only beloved Son, in whom thou art well pleased, sitting at thy right hand, interceding for those of the household of God. In that precious name, I come with praise, with honor, with glory, and with majesty for thy loving kindness towards us. Lord, I thank you for the gift of life. Awaken us this morning in the newness of life, in our right minds, conscious of our being and our surroundings. We thank thee for the safekeeping of our household. We thank thee for knowledge, for wisdom, and understanding. O merciful God and our Father, as a people and as a nation, we give thee thanks and praise for thy protection and thy blessing received in the first quarter of 2024. Lord, we humbly ask for your continued protection and blessings in the second quarter going forward in 2024. We thank thee for the rain, the sunshine, and the blessing thou hast bestowed upon our country in recent times. We thank thee, thou art the God of sea, earth, and heaven, with all seasons. O Lord of life, I bring to thee this honorably elected and nominated and selected servants of the people of this honorable house in their quest to serve the citizens and residents of this federation with distinction, with justice and fairness, putting country above self, seeking your guidance in all that they do, to the best of their knowledge and their understanding. Heavenly Father, I bring to thee the Honorable Speaker and the Deputy Speaker of this Assembly, that they will conduct the business of this Assembly in accordance with the principles, the rules, and the orders with fairness to all in attendance. I pray for guidance and respect for the members of this Assembly, that they will conduct themselves with prudence in accordance with the rules, the regulations, the orders of this Assembly. O Lord of heaven and earth, I pray that the matters presented and discussed today will be to the benefits of the citizens and residents of the Federation. With your blessings, these things I humbly ask, with thanksgivings in our Savior's precious name. Amen. May all join me in the Lord's Prayer. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. Madam Speaker.
Thank you kindly, Pastor Evelyn. You may be seated. Before we begin the usual housekeeping matter, kindly turn all devices on silent and or on vibrate for the duration of the proceedings. Thank you.
Confirmation of minutes.
Minutes are deferred.
Messages from the Governor General.
There are no messages from the Governor General.
Announcements by the Speaker.
By way of apology, we have notices from the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 5, the Honourable Member for Nevis 9, as well as the Honorable Senator Dr. Clark, all of whom are absent today with notice.
Presentation of papers and of reports from committees. Petitions, government notices, unofficial notices, questions, requests for leave to move the adjournment of the National Assembly on matters of urgent public importance, statements by ministers.
I recognize the Honorable Member for St. Christopher 8.
Madam Speaker, with your leave, I rise just to give a few updates from my ministry's end. This week is Nurses Week, and I want all of us to take the opportunity to really recognize all of our nurses here in St. Kitts and Nevis, and to really reflect on their contribution to national development, to their country, as they serve those who are in most need, which are those who are ill. I want to thank them for their many sacrifices to make sure that we continue to improve in our healthcare delivery. Madam Speaker, there are a number of critical things that were done by this administration for the nursing fraternity in our federation. Just to point out some of them, without going into too much detail. One, the nurses were paid an honorarium for their tremendous work during COVID-19 as frontline workers. This administration made sure that they got their honorarium, which they were denied previously. We also came into this parliament and we adjusted the act to ensure that instead of nurses having to register twice per year, which was an anomaly, we adjusted it and changed it to once every 2 years, in line with what is best practiced across the region and across the world. This simple act of parliament saved the nurses money, and it's also made it less strenuous on them meeting their criteria to be registered. This is something that they would have been asking for many years, Madam Speaker, and we were able to do that in less than 2 years of this administration. We have also offered to the nurses specialty courses, as specialty scholarships, as scholarships to specialize in areas of nursing. Nurses can also be specialists. One of the things that we lack at the JNF hospital in our system, we lack enough specialist nurses. And so I can say in July, we will have our first 2 specialist nurses who benefited from this program returning as specialists for ICU. ICU, you know, is critical care, where you need all this specialty training that you can have. And we will have 2 specialized nurses in that area, which would have a tremendous positive impact in the outcome for those of us or those patients who have to go to ICU. We have also made sure that these courses are fully paid for, so the nurses would not have any financial burden. And we specifically did it for nursing because that is one of the areas in which we really, really need the advanced training. So the nurses are benefiting from that. Madam Speaker, for too long, the nurses who got their bachelor's degree from Cuba were basically shut out. They could not register as registered nurses, while Cubans who studied in the same universities in Cuba, got the same degrees in Cuba, when they come to St. Kitts, they are offered the opportunity to be registered nurses, which means the red belt. But when our people go to those universities and get the same degrees, when they came back here, they could not register as registered nurses. And we changed that. And today, the Cuban nurses, of course, of national origin, who studied in Cuba and have their degrees, I can clearly say that they are now registered. And at the ceremony, Madam Speaker, we saw nurses cried and their families cried because this had been an injustice meted out to them, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, may I suggest that, okay, thank you very much. Madam Speaker, not to retard, I will move on to the other thing, the registration after college. In Nevis, when a nurse completes her 3 years or her bachelor's degree, she can register as a registered nurse. That's the red belt. In St. Kitts, that did not happen. They had to wait until they complete midwifery, which is another 18 months. But the time between when you finish your BSc and get into your midwifery program can be sometimes 2 to 3 years, which means you're not a red belt nurse, so to speak. While those in Nevis enjoyed being a red belt nurse, while those who study here and go to Anguilla enjoy that, those who study here and go to Tortola, they enjoy that, but our nurses here could not. And we changed that, Madam Speaker, for the nurses in less than 2 years, so they can actually be employed as registered nurses, which has implications in terms of their professional development, their income benefits, and so forth. Madam Speaker, the nurses also benefited from the general increase that the civil servants got during the last budget debate and started in January of this year. And the nurses also were involved in a strategic plan development led by Mr. Douglas Watley, and the nurses have put forward their national strategic plan, which will have tremendous impact on the delivery of service. I say all of this to say, Madam Speaker, that this administration, in less than 2 years, corrected anomalies and what I call to be injustices meted out to nurses for many years in less than 2 years. And to top it off, to say that I'll be hosting the nurses in a, we'll have, I think, is a banquet on Saturday, expressing again our appreciation for what they do. Madam Speaker, on to the other one. I want to say that this week, SKN moves, or the MOVE movement, so to speak. The MOVE movement is completing, making 5 years. As a result of that, that 5 years is, as a result of that, we are celebrating and we are encouraging people to move, Madam Speaker, move in whatever form you want to move. So this movement is a CARICOM-led initiative. I'm the Minister of Health in the quasi-government cabinet of CARICOM, and so this is dear to me. And I'm asking our people, of course, to join the movement, which means just move. Exercise in whatever form you want to exercise that suits you, as long as you move, and seek to eat as healthy as possible. This is because chronic, non-communicable diseases, such as hypertension, diabetes, and so forth, these are really serious threats to our development in the Caribbean region. We hear about climate change and other things, but this one, because these diseases are really cutting our lives short, cutting our productivity, and as a result, our overall development is threatened. So exercising and eating well and managing your weight, your blood pressure, your blood sugar, and so forth, these things are critically important. Madam Speaker, as I go, I just want to also update that the Children's Medical Fund that was started so long ago has benefited another child, Mr. Kevin Wood from Nevis. We have been helping a number of children. It's just that this one became national news. But there are a number of children who have benefited from life-saving surgeries, heart surgeries, and so forth. Of course, the parents were not as outspoken as this parent, so they did not make national news as this one did. But I always speak about the Children's Medical Fund and how it is saving our children's life to the point where, for the first time in history, I think maybe in any country, we did not have any deaths of children between 1 and 4. that happened in 2023. The reason why that happened is that those children who will normally die from heart disease and all these things, because they benefited from the Children's Medical Fund, they lived and they are alive and they are thriving. And therefore, we want to say that this fund has tremendously impacted us positively. And so we want to say to our people that our children who need life-saving medical attention, whether it be surgical or otherwise, they will not be denied such. And so I want to wish Mr. Young Kevon Wood all the best, full recovery, and let him get the care that he deserves. And let us as a nation continue to pray for him and pray for his family. A matter of update, Madam Speaker, just to say that we, of course, have had our ceremony to start our brand new Climate Smart Hospital. This is something I've spoken about for many years, and even for the last year and something. We're putting all the plans in place, securing the funding and so forth, and so we are at the point where we can say we have officially started. Of course, we must understand there's a lot of planning that goes into before you actually see a lot of, big machinery on the site, but we'll see that. But that, of course, comes at a particular point, but we are well on our way, Madam Speaker. And so I just really wanted to update the Parliament on these critical matters. Just one other thing. Yesterday in Cabinet, the Cabinet Secretary, Dr. Marcus Natter, updated the Cabinet as to the Children's Educational and Financial Plan, or Children's Financial and Education Plan. Of course, that is the plan where each child between 5 and 18 will receive $1,000, $500 as savings, and the other part into buying shares in public companies here in St. Kitts and Nevis. His update was very comprehensive. He outlined the members of the committee, and he will have interaction with the press at some point to bring the country up to date. But I want to let our people know that this is expected to start officially when they will actually receive in September when school opens. So the thing is, they will not be only going back to school with their bags, their books and so forth, but they'll have a curriculum for financial education, which the Minister of Education is very enthusiastic about. And to match that, they will also have the financial resources. And we are looking at creating what you call a mutual fund, and in that, the children will have access. So as they mature through, they can decide what they want to do with their finances. But we are hoping that they will be so educated that when they mature, they would use those resources to invest more, continue to build. This is really a move to end poverty in St. Kitts and Nevis, Madam Speaker. So it does not matter the background of the child, and this will mostly benefit those who come from backgrounds where the guardians, family, parents have less financial resources. They should not be put at a disadvantage, and therefore we want to create that education and the finances to go with it so that we can end any scourge or pockets of poverty that exists in our federation. So this move is being sorted, it is being well executed, and I know the CAPSEC, who is the chairman for this, will update the country very shortly. And lastly, Madam Speaker, that in July of 2024, the GAE workers who are qualified, they will receive their pension. Since many years, they have been asking for their pension, and I can say that we have engaged our committee, a committee that has been formed, and the actuarian, that's the person who look at all the numbers and tell you what is possible, made a presentation to Cabinet on Monday, and I can say that in July of 2024, the GAE workers will receive their pension. And those are the persons who were the crossing guards, the messengers, the environmental cleaners in the different ministries of the government and departments and so forth. Those who sometimes work for the least among us, we are seeking to get their pension going. So I just wanted to update the country and the Parliament on these critical developments within the government and my ministry. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 3.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. With your leave, I would like to take this opportunity on behalf of the Ministry of Public Utilities, which has the responsibility for the Water Services Department, to inform the country that the test results of the Keon well are now back, and the results show that the water in the Keon well meets all the necessary World Health Organization standards to be used as potable water. Yes. In so doing, and additionally, Mr. Prime Minister,
Yes.
Madam Speaker, the rest of the Parliament, I would want to invite you tomorrow morning at 8:30 a.m. in Cabbage Street, Keon, for the official commissioning of the Keon well. Anyone listening at this moment, and you are a supporter of us bringing back water, you are welcome to come and see the commissioning of the well tomorrow, 8:30 in Keon. The ministry is extraordinarily pleased that we can bring this bit of good news to you, Madam Speaker, who I believe is a native of Keon, and the parliamentary representative and Prime Minister, the Honorable Dr. Terence Drew, and anyone else in the area. This will be the first of many achievements in water services, as we are just about to commence bringing an additional 2 million gallons of water to the Bastille area, and also to develop wells on the western side of the country. So thank you. With those few words, may it please you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you to the honourable member for St. Christopher 3. Are there any other statements? Well, we may proceed.
Personal explanations. Motions relating to the business of the National Assembly and moved by a minister. Introduction of bills and first reading.
Madam Speaker, with your leave, I rise to read and introduce for the first time the Firearms Bill, or Firearms Bill shortly entitled Firearms Amendment Bill 2024. Madam Speaker.
Your seconder?
Madam Speaker, I rise to second that motion.
The question is that the bill shortly entitled the Firearms Amendment Bill 2024 be read a first time. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill to amend the Firearms Act, Cap 19.05, and for matters connected therewith, otherwise known as the Firearms Amendment Bill 2024.
The bill shortly entitled the Firearms Amendment Bill 2024 has been read a first time.
Madam Speaker, with your leave, I rise again to lay before this honorable House for the first time a bill shortly entitled Offences Against the Person Amendment Bill 2024. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Member?
Madam Speaker, I rise to second that motion before the Honourable House.
The question is that the bill shortly entitled the Offences Against the Person Amendment Bill 2024 be read a first time. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill to amend the Offences Against the Person Act, Cap 4.21, otherwise known as the Offences Against the Person Amendment Bill 2024.
Madam Speaker, with your leave.
Before?
Oh, sorry.
The bill shortly entitled the Offences Against the Person Amendment Bill 2024 has been read a first time. I recognize the Honorable Attorney General.
Madam Speaker, whenever you look at me, I stand. Madam Speaker, with your leave, I wish to have read for the first time in this Honorable House a bill shortly titled Justice Interference Prevention Bill 2024.
Seconder.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
The question is that the bill shortly entitled Justice Interference Prevention Bill 2024 be read a first time. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill to deter interference with criminal investigations, criminal prosecutions, and other official proceedings, to create specific criminal offenses for interference with protected persons involved in the administration of justice, and to provide for incidental or related matters, otherwise known as the Justice Interference Prevention Bill 2024.
The bill shortly entitled Justice Interference Prevention Bill 2024 has been read a first time.
Public business, bills, second reading.
I recognize the Honorable Member for St. Christopher 8.
Madam Speaker, with your leave, I rise to have read a second time in this Honorable House and to lead the debate on a bill shortly entitled Firearms Amendment Bill 2024. Madam Speaker, the bill I am about to lay before this Honorable House, the bill that I've laid before this Honorable House, aims to protect life. Madam Speaker, I want to say that again. The bill that I have laid before this Honorable House aims to protect life. All life, Madam Speaker. And I say that because every life is precious. Every single life is precious. And that is one of the hashtags that I use for our Children's Medical Fund. The lives of those who are engaged in criminal activity or activities and gangs are also precious lives, Madam Speaker. No life is valued more than any other. We are a society that believes in God, and we believe that all human beings, Madam Speaker, all human beings are created equal, which means that each life, or all life, has the same value. And that value is a value that is regarded as being precious, Madam Speaker. And I would like to say that those who may think that their lives are not precious and would not do everything to protect it, safeguard it, groom it in a way that is wholesome, I want to say to them that for me, their lives are precious. And so this bill comes in that spirit, the spirit to protect life. So, Madam Speaker, today is a pivotal moment in the history of our nation. It is a moment of solemn reflection as we confront the realities of gun violence that have plagued the region and our country for a very long time. The Firearms Amendment Bill 2024 forms part of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party's administration's multifaceted national security plan to ensure that our federation is truly a place where peace abounds, Madam Speaker. It is a straightforward yet profoundly significant piece of legislation with three main elements that I would point out at this point. To introduce a provision which allows the Minister of National Security to establish a firearms amnesty period, Madam Speaker. Second, to increase the penalty of high-level firearm offenses such as importation and possession of automatic weapons and offenses involving shooting from 15 years to 40 years imprisonment and a maximum or fine of up to 500,000 EC dollars, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the third one is to increase the penalty for normal firearm offenses such as importation and possession of regular non-automatic weapons from 15 years up to 30 years and a fine of up to 250,000 EC dollars or $250,000, Madam Speaker. These changes are critical. Let me make this clear from the outset. Increasing penalties for gun-related offenses by itself will never solve any issue with gun violence. By itself, important, but must work in tandem with other measures. At the Ministry of National Security, we are committed to a holistic solution to this problem by treating crime and violence as a public health issue, something that I've been an advocate for some time. Treating crime as a public health issue offers a comprehensive approach that not only addresses the consequences of crime and violence, but also focuses on the root causes, ultimately leading to much safer communities. Madam Speaker, treating violence as a public health issue means recognizing that crime and violence are not isolated incidents, but have far-reaching consequences that affect individuals and society as a whole. Just as public health strategies are employed to prevent and manage diseases, a similar approach can and must be applied to prevent and manage crime and violence. The studies have shown that this is an effective, evidence-based way of dealing with the matter. The urgent task at hand, therefore, is to implement best practice interventions, much like what we do to mitigate public health infections. Three primary intervention fronts are critical. Madam Speaker, let me say that this had been coming for some time. This is not just a reaction to anything, but a comprehensive, proactive approach to a matter that had been plaguing us and the region for far too long. And the three primary intervention fronts that I mentioned here, Madam Speaker, that are practiced in public health are: one, disrupt transmission. This means, therefore, engage credible influencers to have one-on-one contact with the hosts. What does that mean, Madam Speaker? I'm going to break it down. Let's say somebody has an infection, let's say the flu. It means, therefore, that you are infected and you become a host. So let's say you have somebody who is violent or commit violent acts or acts of violence, Madam Speaker. They are host. However, what you want to make sure is that you disrupt the transmission, because violence can be, I would say, just like any other disease, you can catch it. And it can be passed from host to a susceptible. And therefore, you want to make sure that you disrupt that. How do you do that? One-on-one contact. Making sure that you stem it where it is. And intervene in the host stage, or those who we consider to be the host. The other one is prevent secondary transmission. That means roll out behavior modification initiatives to halt the progression of violence among those who are already exposed, Madam Speaker. That goes without saying. And three, change societal behavior norms. That means champion policy initiatives aimed at fostering a culture of nonviolence, robust education, healthy food habits, economic independence, stable homes, sustainable resources, social justice, and equity, Madam Speaker. And that is why everything that you see that we do is really to deal with any sort of environmental causes that may lead to violence by championing these policy initiatives. Hence, Madam Speaker, all children in St. Kitts and Nevis can go to school from preschool all the way up to college for free. That's equity in education. That is why, Madam Speaker, we're rolling out our 25 by 25 so that people can have access to affordable cost, healthy foods, Madam Speaker, so that we can deal with the scourge of diseases and so forth. Madam Speaker, that is why we are saying that we need stable homes, and we have expanded our reach with family counselors, which we are now going to implement and make it more robust, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we need sustainable resources. That is why we want to develop a sustainable island state and to make sure there is social justice and equity. So all of this I mentioned, Madam Speaker, is to drive the point home that this alone, even though critically important, has to work in tandem with a number of policy initiatives to make sure that we are dealing with the issue holistically, which is the most effective way in dealing with it, Madam Speaker. We have heard for a long time, all hands on deck, but how are we going to do that, Madam Speaker? And that is why I kept speaking about launching the initiative of dealing with violence and crime from a public health perspective. And I want to thank Dr. Isben Williams, who is recognized as a regional expert for really taking on the responsibility of helping to guide how we are going to set that up and implement that. And I can say, Madam Speaker, that we are at the final stages of bringing that forward. And we want, as we said, to be maybe the leading country in the CARICOM to bring something like that forward to the national policy stage, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we are here in this National Assembly today to introduce a bill, and this bill will seek to prevent further spread of the gun violence culture as a behavioral change intervention, Madam Speaker. It is a deterrent, it is a deterrence mechanism. Our overarching behavioral change intervention plan, especially with respect to gun-related incidents, take numerous forms. One, Madam Speaker, strong legislation to deter gun crimes. That is what we are doing here today. Strategic, efficient policy through community interaction, technological support, and provision of modern tools. 3, through science-based investigation and detection mechanisms. Modern legislation to provide for a swift but fair, critically important, swift but fair criminal justice process in the courts. And 5, firm prosecution, Madam Speaker. And so I want to say to the youths of our federation, particularly our young men, and I think it was the member from number 3 who sang a song years ago who spoke about boys in danger. You remember that? I remember that. I remember that. It was a pivotal song. Let it be clear, Madam Speaker, the time has come for us to make a profound shift. And I want to say to the young men, if you are in possession of an illegal firearm or ammunition, if you are harboring such items for others, if thoughts of wielding a gun cross your mind, the moment for transformation is now, Madam Speaker. Now is the time to change your lives, young men. Madam Speaker, the whole country should be saying the same thing. This Parliament in unison should be saying the same thing, Madam Speaker. That all of us should be saying to our young men and to our young people, that now is the time to change your lives. Madam Speaker, if this bill is successful today, I will implement a gun amnesty that will take effect tomorrow, Friday, May 10th, 2024, and end 15 days after, on Saturday, May 25, 2024. During that 15 days, you will have an opportunity to turn in any illegal firearms and ammunition in your possession to any police station in St. Kitts or Nevis without the risk of being prosecuted. Madam Speaker, I want to say that again. that if this bill is successfully passed today, I will implement a gun amnesty that will take effect tomorrow, Friday, May 10, 2024, and end 15 days later on Saturday, May 25th, 2024. During that 15 days, you will have an opportunity to turn in any illegal firearms or ammunition, and you can do that at any police station in St. Kitts or Nevis without the risk of being prosecuted, Madam Speaker. I want to also emphasize that you'll also have to contact you can contact any police station in either St. Kitts or Nevis, preferably the one closest to where your firearm is. Inform the police officer, whether on duty or not, of your intention to surrender the firearm and ammunition to that station, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, you can also deliver the firearm to any attorney at law who must similarly contact and then surrender the firearm and ammunition to the closest police station. Any person surrendering a firearm or ammunition will not be required to disclose his or her identity or any information when surrendering a firearm or ammunition, and no details of the persons who surrendered the said firearm or ammunition shall be recorded if the person wishes to utilize the anonymous process of the firearms amnesty. Madam Speaker, this clearly gives an opportunity for persons to bring in their illegal firearms and ammunition. A person who surrenders a firearm or ammunition in compliance with my intended amnesty order will not be prosecuted for the unlawful possession of the firearm or ammunition surrendered pursuant to a firearms amnesty, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I wish to make a final plea in this honorable House to the mothers, grandmothers, guardians, friends, whoever you are. If you are knowingly allowing your family members, friends, associates to keep illegal guns and ammunition in your house, then now is the time to talk to them, Madam Speaker, and to take advantage of the gun amnesty starting tomorrow and turn in their guns and ammunition. Madam Speaker, this is an appeal to those persons. I want to also say to those who might be the girlfriends or the partners that if you are knowingly allowing your significant other to keep illegal guns and ammunition in your house, then now is the time to talk to them, to take advantage of the gun amnesty starting tomorrow and turn in their guns and ammunition, Madam Speaker. I want to remind them that if this bill is successfully passed today, from tomorrow, if you are found with an illegal automatic weapon and caught importing one, you can spend 40 years of your life in prison and receive a fine of EC $500,000 or $500,000. Madam Speaker, that is nothing to sneeze at. But of course we think that justice should be part of this plan. That is why immediately we will put the amnesty plan in place so that persons can have that period in which to hand in their firearms and ammunitions without the risk of prosecution, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to also say that after today, it is your conscious choice whether you want to continue to carry illegal firearms and risk spending the majority of your life away from your friends and family in prison, or will you decide to become a valued contributor and a productive member of our society and give up the life of gangsterism and guns. Madam Speaker, we are giving our young people a real opportunity to get it right and to do it right, Madam Speaker, which they deserve, because this is also about justice. As Prime Minister and Minister of National Security, I am the chief person responsible for the safety and security of our people. Our people, of course, and no people around the world will ever tolerate a country where there is risk. Madam Speaker, for too long, we have been dealing with this issue as a region and also as a country, Madam Speaker. I've worked assiduously over the last 21 months to ensure that the National Security Team has developed plans and has been provided with sufficient tools to change this culture of gangs and related gun violence which has developed over the decades in our country, Madam Speaker. However, it is not a government problem alone. It can never be. And that is why I never made this a political issue, Madam Speaker. Because the issue that we are dealing with is a whole of society issue. And therefore it takes the whole of society to resolve the issue, Madam Speaker. But we will lead. We must all do our part to change this culture of gun violence, Madam Speaker. This is the same thing that I've said on the regional level. Just recently spoke in St. Lucia as the chairman of CONSOL, a regional organization, where I spoke to this very issue, Madam Speaker. And therefore, I want to say to parents that we must raise our children to the best of our abilities, and where we need help, we should seek help. Because parents are the fundamental pillar in dealing with this issue, Madam Speaker. Neighbors, we must help to advise children in the community to stay away from destructive lifestyles, Madam Speaker. You can't be in your house and see a child going the wrong way and not say anything to the child, seeking to lead the child on the right path. We are a country where we are majority African descent, or descendants rather, and we say that it takes a village to raise a child. That comes from us, Madam Speaker. That is what we have given to the world as a people. Even Hillary Rodham Clinton spoke about it takes a village to raise a child, and she may have written a book to that extent or have given speeches about it, Madam Speaker. So the parents are the pillars. The neighbors must also be willing to help, Madam Speaker. Community leaders, Madam Speaker. Pastors, deacons of churches, coaches, informal leaders within the community, people who people look up to, they too must also be part of the solution. Madam Speaker, I remember when I was growing up, and just to show you how things have shifted in such a short time, I'm not that old, that you can be out. I remember one time I was out, and I think I come in a big man because I becoming a teenager and doing things that, you know, were not wholesome all the time. Not too bad, but not wholesome all the time. And then I remember, well, my grandmother has not seen me, but by the time I reach home, my grandmother knows everything, or knew everything that I did. Because the elders in the community would not allow you to behave as you like and act as you like just because your guardian or parent was not present. That is what we mean when we say it takes a village to raise a child, and this is a societal issue where all have to put their hands on deck, Madam Speaker. So you can't be closing your doors and say, well, what's happening over there has nothing to do with me. I listen from time to time and hear an advertisement where there's a neighbor hearing a child being beaten, constantly abused and misused. And I think the ad was asking, that also is important to you, even though it is not your child. What are you going to do to protect that child? And therefore, it is saying that all of us must be involved, Madam Speaker. The business community, Madam Speaker, has to also play its part in terms of helping with job creation, in terms of training young people for the jobs of the future. There's what I call a societal responsibility of the corporate world, Madam Speaker. Sometimes when people come to invest in St. Kitts and Nevis, I ask them, so what will be your contribution to a national development? That is the question I ask. Because then it cannot be that you're making profit from the people and not reinvesting in the people, Madam Speaker. That is a disaster, or a recipe for disaster. All of us, Madam Speaker, must be involved. With respect to my position as Minister of National Security, and I take this very seriously, that we will do what we have to do from our perspective to make sure we achieve what we seek to achieve. Madam Speaker, I meet weekly with the entire national security team to get briefings on the implementation on our national security plans and to strategize weekly, Madam Speaker. This is how seriously I take this particular portfolio. Weekly, Madam Speaker. The police force, the defense force, they have been supported with extra manpower, with modern technology, with wide-ranging training, with more vehicles, with additional CCTV infrastructure. Madam Speaker, we're going to implement technology of drones and other tools to make sure that we do what we have to do to protect lives and property and preserving the public peace and order, Madam Speaker. We have invested significantly in national security. Madam Speaker, the Joint Security Operation Tactical Team was set up as a way for both forces to join in strategic crime fighting and anti-gang interventions. Madam Speaker, Customs has received more high-tech scanners and are being trained by CARICOM Impacts to detect firearms being imported into St. Kitts and Nevis. And very recently, the Crime Gun Intelligence Unit within CARICOM Impacts hosted an in-country sensitization and awareness workshop with law enforcement and border protection agents in the Federation aimed at enhancing the nation's ability to combat the trafficking of illegal firearms, Madam Speaker. Very critically important that Impacts has formed within it this new setup, which is the Crime Gun Intelligence Unit. And that workshop was held here, I think, maybe just a week ago, Madam Speaker, to start the sensitization and the training for us to deal with the importation of firearms here in St. Kitts and Nevis. As I noted recently during a keynote address at the Organization of American States, OAS, we are cognizant of the fact that we cannot address the issues of gang violence in isolation without considering illicit trafficking in drugs and firearms, Madam Speaker. They go together. The Coast Guard has been provided equipment and is working with U.S. officials and officials from neighboring islands to detect the transshipment of illegal firearms, Madam Speaker. We have also rolled out a new class of police officers. We have been collaborating more closely with our international partners when it comes to guns and guns coming to our shores. It is known, Madam Speaker, that 99% of the guns that we have here in the Federation come from the United States of America, Madam Speaker. When they are traced, when they are tested, we don't manufacture guns here in the Caribbean. Yet, we suffer from them because in the transshipment of drugs and other illicit substances across the region, when those substances go, guns go with them, and they end up on our shores and in the hands of young people who wield them. That too must stop. And I want to thank the United States for stepping up its activity and its cooperation, collaboration to make sure that we can deal with the issue of the transshipment of illicit firearms across the region. Madam Speaker, in July 2023, the Elevate program was launched, and it replaced the troubled Alternative Lifestyle Pathways program, commonly referred to as the PREACE program. I want to highlight that word, troubled. Unlike that program, which was used by the previous administration as a way to get money into the pockets, Madam Speaker, of high-ranking, connected persons to the government. Madam Speaker, Elevate is primarily centered on human development through training. And the evidence has shown, Madam Speaker, without a doubt, that that previous program was nothing more than a government-sanctioned criminal enterprise, Madam Speaker, with millions of dollars accounted for as exhibited in the official audit done in 2022, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, that audit and the evidence is very sad, Madam Speaker, and I will delve more into it. And why is it we should never allow again in this country that a criminal enterprise be set up by the state, Madam Speaker, to siphon tens of millions of dollars in the pockets of cronies and the well-connected, Madam Speaker, with no real structure to rehabilitate the young people who were involved, but many times were used as scapegoats, Madam Speaker, for this. And I have the audit to prove that. Madam Speaker, we have to think outside the box. And in this program, we want to offer training and certification in various areas, including information technology, construction, agriculture, agro-processing, automotive, healthcare, and other in-demand fields in high-growth industries. All participants are encouraged to elevate their choices and leverage opportunities offered to create a better future for themselves and their communities, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we are thinking outside the box and implementing a multi-departmental and multifaceted approach to address this issue of gun violence. We are not just throwing money at the problem. We are strategizing to bring long-term, sustainable solutions to this complex problem, Madam Speaker. Throwing money at the problem resulted in the purchase of new and improved firearms, Madam Speaker, as was said by a previous ACP. Without addressing the root cause, Madam Speaker, we cannot resolve the issue. What was being set up, Madam Speaker, was a done system that was done in other countries that we know about, such as Jamaica, Ecuador, Haiti, being the primary example where a done system was set up. And the gangs became so powerful that they decided to take over the whole country. Madam Speaker, that should never happen in St. Kitts and Nevis. We should give real opportunities for young people to do good things and to live wholesome lives, Madam Speaker. We must never, ever go back there. Madam Speaker, let me repeat so all can hear. Increasing penalties alone by itself will never solve any issue, or will never solve completely, let me put it that way, Madam Speaker, the issue of crime and violence. However, today, in this National Assembly, the people who sent us here in this National Assembly to represent their interests and to do our job on their behalf, they too are expected a no-nonsense approach to gun violence, Madam Speaker. Again, I want to say the approach that, or I would say the principle that guides the approach is a principle that is based on every life is precious. Our St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party administration is taking a zero-tolerance approach to the illegal possession and use of firearms, Madam Speaker. We must make sure that we do as much as possible to eradicate this. But again, I call on all in society to be a part of the solution. We must each do our part, Madam Speaker, to bring about what I will say sustainable, short-term, medium, long-term solutions that do not put our country at risk, Madam Speaker, as we see in other countries that thought that they could pay their way out for peace, Madam Speaker. That is not the way it is done. The way it is done is to give real opportunities and to give our people a chance to live wholesome lives, Madam Speaker. That is what we want to offer. And so, Madam Speaker, I want to say to our people, our young people, that to choose positive ways and solutions, to leave the negativity behind, Madam Speaker, because the negativity really gets you nowhere. Madam Speaker, I say to them that, for example, we have the Elevate program, and that program is an evidence-based program, Madam Speaker, that brings people through and teach people. So far, I can say 3 of our participants have gone on to become certified at an institution here in St. Kitts and Nevis, Madam Speaker, who will then be attached to jobs, Madam Speaker. At that program, Madam Speaker, they learn many different things in a formal, structured way to rehabilitate them, Madam Speaker. They should not be taken advantage of and be used as scapegoats to siphon money from the development bank to the pockets of people, Madam Speaker. How did we get from where we were to a country that was setting up a system like this, being carried out by the well-connected who are filling their pockets, Madam Speaker, at the expense of our young people? No rehabilitation took place, Madam Speaker. None. Madam Speaker, what we saw is that the cost kept going up, going up, going up. And when you look at the audit, which I'll speak to, Madam Speaker, it spoke about monies that can be accounted for in the tens of millions, Madam Speaker. Using it, setting us up for a much dangerous situation, as has occurred in countries like Ecuador, Haiti, Jamaica, Trinidad. We cannot allow that here in St. Kitts and Nevis, Madam Speaker. We must get it right and do it right. Madam Speaker, I therefore fully support the Firearms Amendment Bill 2024, which seeks to set our society's position when it comes to gun crimes. It is tragic, Madam Speaker, to look at the efforts or to look at the effects of gun violence across our Caribbean region. The proliferation of firearms poses a grave threat to our societies, fueling crime, exacerbating conflict, and undermining the rule of law. Madam Speaker, within the CARICOM, as I said when I was in St. Lucia, 80% of the homicides committed across the CARICOM region are committed by firearms, Madam Speaker. This is a real regional problem. And as a medical practitioner, I am very aware of the public health impact of gun violence. Survivors of gun violence often suffer from severe physical injuries, such as gunshot wounds, which can lead to disabilities, chronic pain, mental health disorders, such as post-traumatic stress disorder, and long-term medical complications. This extends beyond the individual who was shot, but can affect families who have to now provide care and support for the injured. It is also critical, Madam Speaker, to understand that treating gunshot wounds and related injuries places a significant burden on national healthcare systems, consuming resources and personnel that could be allocated to other healthcare needs, Madam Speaker. The Caribbean Firearms Study documented that the average medical expenditure required to treat a single firearm injury was equivalent to between 2 and 11 times the annual per capita public health spending in three case countries, Madam Speaker: Bahamas, Barbados, and Jamaica. Madam Speaker, we have also seen across the region, and not so in our country, the trend of increasing pediatric firearm injuries, gunshot injuries among children and adolescents, Madam Speaker. This is affecting our neighbors in the region, Madam Speaker. I was just looking and saw that in 2023, a young man was shot at school in Anguilla, which is so close to us, used to be part of us, that has a population maybe a quarter of us, a third, somewhere between there, Madam Speaker, suffering from this as well. So, Madam Speaker, let us think about the consequences of having what should be the most productive age group in our regional population dying prematurely as a result of gun violence. While young males are the main perpetrators and victims of gun violence in the Caribbean, Madam Speaker, in some countries, young girls and women are also deeply affected, Madam Speaker. And that is why we are saying that this can affect a myriad of age groups, families, communities, individuals, Madam Speaker. And therefore, we must deal with it at all levels: international, regional, sub-regional, local, communities, all the way to the family and individual, Madam Speaker. It's all linked in a continuum. However, whatever solution we put to this has to be evidence-based and must not put us at risk for worse outcomes in the future, and must not, Madam Speaker, in any way undermine our democratic system here in St. Kitts and Nevis. That is why I condemn any attempt to set up a done type of system here in St. Kitts and Nevis. Madam Speaker, at the regional level, the heads of government of CARICOM began discussions on the public health approach to violence at the CARICOM Symposium on Violence as a Public Health Issue, the Crime Challenge, held in Trinidad and Tobago on April 17 to 18, 2023. As a result of this meeting, the heads of government declaration not only focused on strengthening traditional approaches to law enforcement and crime legislation, but also recognized the diverse origins of violent crime require a regional response that incorporates a public health approach. Madam Speaker, I will discuss that. It sounds very complicated, but it's very simple. All this is saying is that we need to get the data. Having had the data, we can then develop the necessary strategies and approaches and policies to deal with the issue that we are dealing with, Madam Speaker. In this case, violence. Madam Speaker, our own Isben Williams, Dr. Isben Williams, was the keynote speaker at that first regional symposium dealing with this matter. The impact of gun violence in our communities cannot be understated. No one is spared, not the most vulnerable, not our children. As a region, we must take urgent action to address the root causes of gun violence and support services guided by research and best practices designed to create safer and healthier communities. Madam Speaker, that is why this bill is so important today. Today we are sending a message to our people home and abroad, to the region, to the world, that St. Kitts and Nevis is in no way going to tolerate gun or illicit firearms and their destructive impact here in our federation. Madam Speaker, this is a clear message that I want to send, but I want it to be placed in context, Madam Speaker, that this aims really to save lives. This is guided by the principle that each life is precious. Each life is precious, Madam Speaker. The life of our children, who we work so hard to save, those who are involved in these unwholesome lifestyles, that their lives are precious, Madam Speaker, and should be given every opportunity to live the best life. Therefore, Madam Speaker, that is why we seek to create opportunities and should continue to work to create better opportunities for our people, Madam Speaker, so that our people can lead the lives that we expect them to. Madam Speaker, I will continue to say that this has to be an approach that involves all of us and must not involve just some of us. And I say that here, and I said it on the regional level, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, any plan put in place must never be, ever again, that criminal enterprise that was established with tens of millions of dollars gone missing from the development bank to the point where the bank is $333 million in debt, Madam Speaker. And when you look at the audit and you see what the money may have been used for and how it was misused and abused, setting up a system, Madam Speaker, similar to what was established in countries where the democratic foundation is being shaken because of decisions seeking not to help young people as they should be helped, but using it for their own advancement, taking advantage on many occasions of these young people. Madam Speaker, in my wrap-up of this bill, as I will give more details to that program and how that program hurt us even more, to the point where a former ACP said how resources were used to bring in more powerful weapons, and where officers who managed the Explorers Group on a radio show say that our young people were aspiring to become part of that former program. Madam Speaker, two things from two reputable sources that tell us clearly that we were definitely on the wrong path, and the consequence of which, Madam Speaker, is what we see playing out in places like Haiti, where gangs have taken over. And they who are involved were never given a real opportunity to do well. But we are determined to give them better opportunity. So I finally say, Madam Speaker, that this requires all of us to work together to make sure that we resolve this matter, and to add our part to the regional solution and the international solution, and to say to all of our young people, your lives are precious. Protect it, guard it, hone it, and become the best human being and the best citizen that you can be, and take advantage of the many opportunities that are before you. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you to the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 8. I recognize the honorable member for St. Christopher 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to make my contribution on this bill and second the motion to have the bill read for a second time. Allow me to start, Madam Speaker, by echoing the sentiments of the mover of the bill when he made the submissions that the amendments to this bill and the solution to the issue that we are facing with violent crimes, particularly related to firearm offenses, requires an all-societal approach. I agree with him that it takes a village to raise a child and that we all have our parts to play in the solution to the problem. And that the amendments being proposed today in this honorable House is really just part of the government's response and part of the government's contribution to the issue. Madam Speaker, I wish to make my contributions in relation to, well, the mover spoke a lot about the amendments being aimed at protecting lives, but I wish to make my contribution in terms of how the amendments would help with the fair and efficient administration of criminal justice. I have perused the proposed amendments. I think they are fair, Madam Speaker. I think the proposed amendments are just and that they are quite reasonable. Having practiced before in the criminal courts, I think I am in a position or qualified to speak on the issue of the amendments and the fairness of the amendments and how I think realistically it helps with the efficient administration of justice, not just to offenders, but as well to victims and families of victims. And so, Madam Speaker, I support the amendments, and I would start with the amendment of Section 4 on the bill as proposed. The amendment speaks, well, Section 4 in the substantive legislation speaks to the restriction on the importation and exportation and even transshipment, which the mover addressed as well, of firearms. The proposed amendment to Section 4 seeks to increase the penalty from, and this is for Section 4A, speaks to conviction on an indictment to a term not exceeding 40 years, and Section 4B speaks to summary conviction, which is conviction before a magistrate, to a term of imprisonment with or without hard labor not exceeding 15 years. It also, and we think, I respectfully submit and suggest that the increase in the penalty does not take away the discretion from the sentencer. Ultimately, the sentencer still has the discretion to determine the range of the sentence if there is a conviction, starting from the lowest up to what we're proposing on this side to the maximum of 40 years. The sentencer still has to consider all the other objectives of the exercise, the sentencing exercise, and the objectives are whether the sentence should act as a deterrent, whether the sentence should act as a means of rehabilitation for the offender, whether it's retribution, and that's usually in beneficial to the victim or families of the victim, and even prevention. And so the increase as being proposed to the maximum sentence for firearm offenses do not by any means take away the discretion of the sentencer to impose what the sentencer thinks to be a fair sentence. It acts as a deterrence. And we think, respectfully, Madam Speaker, that it is clear that we need to be introducing harsher penalties to act as a deterrence for persons who think or may even, consider committing firearm offenses. We also think harsher penalties, I would say, Madam Speaker, it provides a sense of justice for victims victims and families of the victims. Sometimes after there's a sentencing, persons walk away and say, just 2 years? Really? Some persons feel that there's no justice served. And if it is, that is in the mind of the sentencer for it to act as a deterrence to other offenders or potential offenders, then the increase in the maximum sentence can also be beneficial as it brings a sense of justice. It can bring a sense of justice for victims and families of victims. And so the amendment to Section 4, as I said, that is on the restriction and importation and transshipment of firearms. We are proposing that it goes up to a maximum not exceeding 40 years. We see a number of firearms being brought in illegally through our ports. And we think this would act as a deterrence as well for persons who wish to bring and import or even export firearms, illegal firearms. The other amendment being proposed is that to Section 9. And the proposal is, the mover of the bill suggested, Section 9 speaks to, we're hoping to replace paragraph A of the substantive legislation and replace it with sections A and B, replace them, Madam Speaker, similarly with if I can just find the substantive legislation. Right, so Section 9 speaks, Madam Speaker, to restrictions upon the manufacturing and dealing in firearms, and not just firearm, but ammunition as well. And it is proposed by this amendment to increase on conviction the sanctions and penalties for these offenses to a fine not exceeding $500,000 and imprisonment with or without hard labor for a term not exceeding 40 years. And both the amendments speak to conviction on summary and on indictment. And now, going back to the point that this does not take away the discretion of the sentencer. The sentencer on imposing fines still has to conduct a means test. And the sentencer, by law, is not permitted to impose sentences where the offender is not in a position to pay the fine. And so I think the real rationale behind this is to go to get the persons who are in a position to pay fines, persons who are benefiting from the transshipment and selling of illegal firearms and should be in a position to pay the fines. And I think this helps with the eradication of the issue of bringing in and transshipment of illegal firearms. The other amendment to Section 20 of the bill introduces new penalties for possession, and Section 20 specifically deals with possession of firearms and ammunition. Section 20A, so we are proposing by the amendment to replace Section 4A for the offense of possession of a prohibited firearm, and to increase in the fine to a sum not exceeding $500,000 and to imprisonment not exceeding 40 years. Similarly, and this applies for both conviction on summary conviction and on indictment, a conviction on an indictment. This, of course, again goes to the whole objective of deterring potential offenders and bringing a sense of justice as well for victims and the families of victims who would have been affected by firearm offenses. Similarly, on Section 25, the amendment, and Section 25 speaks to the penalty for use and possession of firearms. So Section 20 was specific to just being in possession, whereas Section 25 speaks specifically to use of firearm. And this, I think, is also going to be addressed with another amendment in relation to the offenses against the person that should come up later in these debates as well. But what was found is that the penalty for grievous bodily harm, causing grievous bodily harm, was even more than the offenses that a sentencer is entitled to impose for offenses where persons are injured with the use of a firearm. And so we are proposing, Madam Speaker, that by the amendment to Section 25 of the substantive legislation and on this bill, that it is replaced to imprisonment with or without hard labor to a term not less than 14 years, with the expression to a fine not exceeding $250,000 and to a term of imprisonment of 30 years, or to both. And so the sentencer has the discretion to impose both a custodial sentence and a fine if the circumstances of the case warrant so. And this as well increases the penalties under the substantive legislation. And of course, all of this, we said, the objective is for deterrence. And of course, some rehabilitation when you listen to the mover of the bill and all the other things that the government is doing. This is the amendment to this legislation is to be read in tandem with all those other things that are being proposed to help with rehabilitation of the offenders and for deterrence for potential offenders as well. What I like about the amendment is the introduction, I think it is, of Section 53, where there's an election now, and the election really is, Madam Speaker, and I know that you are familiar with what an election is, but in criminal matters, when matters get before the courts, the accused sometimes has the election to determine whether the matter is going to be tried, as we say, in the small courts, meaning the magistrate court, or the high court, or the big court, or some people refer to it as upstairs. But persons determine where they want their matters tried, and that is for a number of reasons. Some persons are of the view that magistrates tend to give leaner sentence, and so they would have their matters heard before the magistrate court. Some persons are of the view that when the matter goes through the high court process, it takes longer. And so a number of persons would want their matters dispensed with, and so they elect to have their matters tried in the magistrate's court. But what happens sometimes, Madam Speaker, is the nature of the offense and what is needed to make sure that the matter is properly prosecuted, or even defended, as in some cases, even on the defense side, it requires special expertise. And a lot of times, those expertise are in the High Court. They are with prosecutors, crown counsels who work in the High Court, whereas matters in the Magistrates' Court, until the learned AG changes how it works, they're usually prosecuted by police officers. And sometimes police officers may just be as skilled as a crowned or trained lawyer. But obviously, the benefit of having your matter tried in either court sometimes depends on the expertise that's available. And so I think if the DPP has the election to determine, having seen a case file, to determine what issues can arise on the case, the DPP might be in a position to determine whether the matter should be tried summarily or indictably. And so Section 53, which is proposed to be a new section, it says amendment, the act is amended by inserting immediately after Section 52, a new section as follows: the DPP to elect for trial, notwithstanding the provisions of any other law where any person is charged with the offense under this act, such offense shall be tried summarily or on indictment at the election of the Director of Public Prosecutions. And so I think that this, and I would submit, not think, I would submit that the election, the introduction of this section will help with the efficient administration of criminal matters, especially these types of matters that require the expertise a lot of times of what is that person called who does the assessment of the firearm, which requires specific skills. What do they call again, AG? The ballistics experts and all the other things that are required to help in getting the matter before a competent sentencer or even the adjudicator. And so I think this section that is proposed, I think it is timely because there's a backlog as well of cases. You hear a number of persons and a number of matters coming even before the Attorney General's chambers, that matters are being, tied up. And even with the new process of paper committals, this section can as well, if it's elected to go before the High Court, can be expedited by way of committing the matter to the High Court on paper. What I also like, Madam Speaker, and support in relation to this bill is the introduction of the section that gives the minister, and in this case, the Minister of National Security, the powers to declare a gun amnesty. And I heard the mover say this morning in his presentation that it is his intention to declare one immediately if this bill is successful. And the section 45A(2) says the minister may, by order subject to negative resolution, declare firearms amnesty in St. Christopher and Nevis or in any part thereof if the minister is satisfied that A, the firearms amnesty may result in a reduction in the number of illegally possessed firearms or ammunitions in St. Christopher, and it should say in Nevis, or any part thereof. The intention really, I think the intention of the amnesty really is to reduce the prevalence of illegal firearms within our communities and within our country. And the mover did say he intended to declare the amnesty for a period of 15 days, but reading the section, it goes on to say if it is in the public interest to do so. So it gives the minister the discretion at any time to declare the amnesty. It gives the minister the discretion to extend it. So at the end of this amnesty period, if this bill is successful and the minister thinks that it is in the public interest to extend the amnesty period, or if he thinks it would help in or result in the reduction of the number of illegally possessed firearms, then the minister has the discretion as well to extend the amnesty. And if this bill is successful, Madam Speaker, the amnesty is timely, because this section, under Section 45A, it means that persons who are in possession of firearms can actually hand them in without being prosecuted. And you can do it you can be anonymous in your handing in of the weapons. You can do it through your lawyer, as the mover of the bill suggested. And so, because there is likely to be, if this bill is successful, an increase in penalties, and of course, like I keep saying, this is at the discretion of the sentencer. It's not automatic. And I wish to just say that. It doesn't mean that if you are found to be in possession that you're going to get 40 years. It means that is the maximum that the sentencer can impose for offenses of this nature. And so we, on this side, sees it as a deterrence, sees it as being in the best interest of our communities, best interest of our nation, to reduce the prevalence of gun-related and even persons who just happen to be in possession of firearms. And so I support as well the introduction that allows the amendment that allows the minister and gives him or her the power to introduce the regulations for the amnesty. Essentially, that is the extent of the proposed amendments under the firearms, under this bill. I wish to state, Madam Speaker, that, like I started by saying, that this is an all-societal approach and that this is just a mere part of the solution to the problem. And so I wish to say I fully support the Firearms Amendment Bill and wish this bill safe passage through this Honourable House. May it please you.
Thank you to the Honourable Member for St. Christopher too.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity to lend my own support to this very important piece of legislation that is, of course, the Firearms Amendment Bill 2024. And in doing so, I want to firstly thank the Minister of National Security, Prime Minister, for bringing this piece of legislation to this Parliament at this time. The country has been very much in a state of uneasiness in recent days or weeks. And I believe this show of tackling the problem as it emerges, or tackling the problem as it rises its ugly head again in this country, is of critical importance. I want to thank in particular as well the Attorney General, because if the team was not working in tandem, no matter what the minister would have wanted, if the AG was not ready to bring this here, it could not have been here. And so the people of this country, we must thank the Attorney General for this very important piece of work. But it is not only the Attorney General, because the Attorney General has a team of persons, the parliamentary councils, who, if they had not responded to the request, urgent request of the Attorney General and leadership, then we could not have been here this early. So I really want to thank all those who have been engaged in making it possible for us to again demonstrate to the country and to the world how seriously this government, on behalf of the citizens of St. Kitts, take gun violence. I want to, at this point, Madam Speaker, pay my own respect and express my condolences and those of my constituency to those family members who in recent times have been seriously bereaved. How many times must we have this happening? How many more young men must we lose in our country? How many more guns must come into our country to create havoc in our society? How many more times would we say this is not good for us in terms of the continued human existence and also in the advancement of our country? How many more times must we express our profound concerns as to what is happening? And so I believe that this is yet another step to ensure that we, as a government, do all that we are expected to do and show leadership in tackling this gun problem, this increasing homicide situation, especially as a result of the use of firearms. And the bill, therefore, is very simple. Simple in the sense that it is simply structured. It has only a few parts. It has 8 important sections. And as the member for constituency number 2, herself a lawyer, would have outlined the various changes that are made to the parent legislation, I believe that we have, therefore, a better understanding of exactly what this bill is intended to do. It is to act as a deterrent, and that's critical. It is not the only thing that we must do, but at least it must deter those who are engaged in the use of firearms and who are killing people, that they will spend a whole heap of years in prison. And if not careful, depending on the age, they will die in prison. Because you see, and only if they ain't get hanged, you know. Only if they are not convicted and sentenced to death. I know that there's a lot of talk, society, abolish the death penalty, etc. But if they were to survive the death penalty, the imprisonment period is longer than it was before. Mind you, this is not the only way to tackle this problem, but a deterrent is going to be important as part and parcel of the various different actions that have to be taken in attempting to resolve this particular issue. We must again use the opportunity for very deep reflection and concern as to what is happening in the country on the whole. And so by amendment of Section 4 of the parent legislation, which I think was passed all the way back in 1967, am I right, AG? Yes. Then, of course, the penalty that is to be imposed is for a term not exceeding 40 years. And at the same time, as has been pointed out by the member for number 2, it can also be with an imposition of a fine on the person who has committed the offense. Also, there is a further amendment of Section 4, as we've been told. And this section, subsection B, paragraph 2 of subsection B, speaks as well to an imposition of a fine and to the imprisonment for a term not exceeding 30 years. Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister, Minister of National Security, outlined earlier a lot of what the government has been doing to ensure that we are not just simply tackling the problem of gun violence by imposing severe penalties. There are several programs that have been put in place, some of which have been original, going back to the previous administration, Labour administration, some of which had been put in place by the immediate past administration, and which have been studied, and as a result of that, changes made, critical changes made, because there was the view it was not leading us in the right direction. Job creation, of course, is important. Providing opportunities for people to have money to look after their families and to look after themselves is critically important. Apart from all that we are doing to stimulate economic activity and provide opportunities for our young people, the mere fact is that there is still increase in gun violence. And so that has to be tackled as well. Madam Speaker, there has been widespread consultation before coming into this Parliament today to pursue this piece of legislation, and also, of course, to pursue other pieces of legislation which will form part of the collective attempt to tackle this problem as it is continuing to emerge and rear its ugly head in our society. So apart from the amendments in Section 9 of this piece of legislation, and apart from the amendments pursued in Section 10 of the Parent Act, which are all embodied in Section 5 of this piece of legislation, we are looking at a number of other matters. One of those, of course, that was mentioned by the previous contributor to the debate of this bill is the amnesty, where this bill empowers the Minister of National Security by the amendment of the Parent Act, adding a new section 45A, and outlines the importance of the amnesty as giving an opportunity for those who are in possession of illegal firearms, or even those who are in possession of legal firearms but want to get rid of it. We are asking you to pay attention to what is outlined in Section 8 of this piece of legislation, which is an amendment to Section 45 and introducing amnesty, Section 45A, introducing the amnesty as would have been outlined by the minister. Although we believe that giving the amnesty is going to be important, we also have to make sure that there's increased vigilance as to what is taking place at our borders. Customs Department, those who are police officers, using the sniffer dogs and so forth, ensuring that our people are trained at all levels and encouraged at all levels to ensure that they are part and parcel of the tackling of this problem of increased firearms here in our country. There seemed to be some notion when I was coming here that it's not going to happen. Only bad-minded people will not support this bill. I want to make it clear. Only bad-minded people will not support a bill of this kind. And who in this parliament dares to demonstrate bad-mindedness? This bill needs complete and total support from the entire parliament, because it is designed to ensure not only the survivability of our young people, but a serious attempt to control guns which are not made here in St. Kitts and Nevis and are being imported. I noticed somebody in the gallery is laughing, my good friend. Because it is truly bad-minded people will object to this kind of bill. And that is why I am confident, Madam Speaker, and I say to the citizens of this country, this bill will pass today in this parliament. And we will continue as a team, as a government, working in close cooperation with all those in society who want to advance peace and development and the survivability of our young people. We will work together to ensure that we achieve what this piece of legislation is designed to achieve. With those few words, Madam Speaker, I now take my seat. Thank you.
Thank you to the honourable member for saying Christopher 6. Just a second while I record. I recognize the Honourable Senator Latoya Jones.
Madam Speaker, I rise to give a brief presentation on the Firearms Amendment Bill 2024. I appreciate the nature of this bill as it seeks to intensify punishment, which acts as a deterrent in the importation and possession of firearms. I have noted, and I am in support of the proposed fines as well as the increased terms for imprisonment outlined in the various sections of this amendment bill. Madam Speaker, when I read the bill and I saw the fines and the imprisonment term, I was deterred. And I'm hoping that it would be so for others. Because today, for me, I am thinking about finding, even $500, much less up to $500,000. And I am thinking about spending even one day in prison, much less up to how many years? 40? Madam Speaker, these are things that we have to digest and we have to seriously think about. I also recognize and welcome the addition of Section 45, the Firearm Amnesty. I commend any effort that is made to address gun violence at this time. Madam Speaker, the importation and possession of illegal firearms has led to gun-related offenses plaguing our country, and it is true. The Honourable Member for St. Christopher 8 mentioned it. We have seen an increase in homicides caused by firearms. In 2023, we saw 30 homicides, 27 of which were gun-related. 30 homicides in St. Kitts Nevis, small country like St. Kitts Nevis. 27 were gun-related. In 2024, no, 5 months, just 5 months into the year, and we already have 12 homicides, 10 of which are gun-related. Madam Speaker, we are a small country, and one, for me, is too much compared to the numbers that I just outlined. Madam Speaker, I want us to take a moment to reflect and recognize the severity of the problem we face with gun-related offenses. And when I say us, I don't mean us here in Parliament, but those who are listening, those in the public. While the Firearms Amendment Bill 2024 is a step in the right direction, I agree that more work still needs to be done to curb this issue. Madam Speaker, I would say some things and it would be repetitious because the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 8 highlighted some of them. But repetition when it's facts is good. Madam Speaker, I agree with the member for St. Christopher 8 that guns are not manufactured in St. Kitts and Nevis. They're imported, and it can either be through ERC. Madam Speaker, we therefore need to boost our security personnel in our air and seaports and increase coastal patrols. To increase coastal patrol, we need to increase the fleet and capacity of our local Coast Guard. I think at this time we only have one Coast Guard boat, if I'm not mistaken, and one from Scaspa. 2, okay, so I stand corrected, we have 2 at this time. But Madam Speaker, it is important that we continue to increase the numbers and our capacity in order to deal with this issue. I believe that this can aid in addressing the gun trafficking. Madam Speaker, we must create a network that will allow us to identify and link persons who are involved in gun-related offenses, not only locally, but regionally and internationally. You see, as mentioned before, gun trafficking is not only an issue in St. Kitts and Nevis, it is an issue that also plagues the Caribbean. The flow of guns into the Caribbean is one of the most vexing foreign affairs issues. Hence, we must continue to work with our regional and international partners in curbing gun trafficking. Madam Speaker, networking and partnership can allow our countries to carry out joint maritime operations. A joint strategy approach allows countries with different resources to cooperate. No Caribbean island is equipped to do it alone. Hence, partnership is essential in tackling this issue. At this time, I am happy to note the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 8 stated that we are working with partners regionally and internationally. He did mention that we are currently working with the US, if I'm not mistaken, with the different coastal patrols. So I am happy to hear that. However, I still ask for us to increase our local fleet and capacity. So even if the US is not here with us at the time, we have the necessary resources to carry out the task. Madam Speaker, we need to invest more resources in ensuring that our security personnel are equipped with the necessary tools to assist them in solving gun-related offenses. For quite some time now, we have heard about, but we have yet to see the implementation of a full radar coverage for St. Kitts and Nevis. This, when implemented, will go a long way in helping our security forces to stem the flow of illegal guns into our country. It would allow security forces to be able to detect, locate, track, and monitor vessels entering our waters and protect our coast. Madam Speaker, I would like to know when the radar coverage will be implemented. I think, if I'm not mistaken, it was supposed to be done last year, and I think efforts are being made to have it done this year. So I just wanted to follow up on that. Madam Speaker, the member for number 6, I think he mentioned about dogs. And I know when passengers arrive at the RLB International Airport, we often see security forces with dogs sniffing, I guess, for firearms, ammunition, and drug. Dogs, trained dogs, are also positioned at the deep water port in St. Kitts. However, Madam Speaker, we do not see the usage of these trained dogs in Nevis. We have been requesting dogs for some time and have yet to receive. The member of St. Christopher 8 is not here at this time, but I want the Assembly to know that we have constructed 2 kennels at the Cotton Ground Police Station for some time ago, and they are currently empty. And we are requesting trained dogs for the Customs Department at our Air and Seaport in Nevis. I know this is a federal matter. Federal deals with national security. So I just wanted to raise it here. I know the honorable member for St. Christopher 8 also mentioned about the advanced scanning equipment that would be used to address the importation of guns. And we also would like to welcome that in Nevis. Madam Speaker, I also want to speak about a fingerprint data system. I believe that a fingerprint data system could greatly assist our police officers in identifying persons who are connected to gun-related crimes. I'm talking about a fingerprint database that captures fingerprints of everyone living in St. Kitts and Nevis, as well as those entering the country. I think when we go to the US, I have to give you a fingerprint. We could perhaps do this by when you're renewing your IDs, whether voters' IDs, driver's license, social security, and we can begin to capture the fingerprints of persons. Madam Speaker, when guns are found confiscated or disarmed, it can be tested for fingerprint, and someone can be easily identified through the fingerprint database. I think that would make the work of the police officers easier. Madam Speaker, we must work hand in hand to effectively address gun-related offenses in St. Kitts and Nevis. From judiciary to government to opposition, public and private sectors, non-governmental organizations, and citizens. We all have a significant role to play in tackling this issue. And it's been repeated several times today, but it is facts. Gun violence is all our problem, not just the government's problem. And so I'm hoping that we would work hand in hand to tackle this issue. While we create laws and policies to address issues such as gun-related offenses, we must be able to act in order for the laws and policies to be effective. We must, in this case, work extremely hard to convict offenders so that the necessary punishment can be applied. Laws and policies without conviction make the process cumbersome. Madam Speaker, I ask, how many persons have been convicted for gun-related crimes committed in 2023? And I might be pushing it too in 2024 as well, that I mentioned. How many? Madam Speaker, I take this time to encourage those in possession of illegal firearms to take advantage of the firearm amnesty when an order is given. Again, the amnesty allows persons with illegal firearms and ammunition to surrender without being prosecuted. Madam Speaker, I close by encouraging the public, especially our men and boys, to refrain from gun-related crimes. Violence is not the answer. It will only cause your demise. It will not only cause your demise, but it will negatively impact your children, family, and your community. With these words, I conclude my presentation on the Firearms Amendment Bill 2024.
Thank you to the Honourable Senator for, well, the Honourable Senator Latoya Jones. Is there another presenter? I recognize the Honourable Member for Nevis 11.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And thank you for the opportunity to speak on this bill, the Firearms Amendment Bill 2024, which is currently being debated by this Parliament. Madam Speaker, as I rise to make my presentation today and my contribution to this bill, I start by saying these simple words, that guns are made for one reason, and one reason only. And this is my humble opinion, and they are made only to kill. Some may say they are made for protection, but if you have a gun in your possession, legally or otherwise, and you have to use that gun, you're using it to kill. And as far as I'm concerned, that cannot be a good thing for any society, any country, or for anyone for that matter. Because we're aware of the expenses and the trauma that guns bring to our country on a whole. Whether it's used in the drug trade, in the commission of robbery, any other crime or criminality that it's used to perpetrate. And so, our debate here today, which is centered around the amendments being brought to this Honorable House of the Firearms Bill, is for good reason, and a reason that will be redone to the benefit of the country of St. Kitts and Nevis, or the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. And so, as was mentioned by the member for number 6, he has said that anyone who do not support this bill have bad mind. From the time I know myself, I possess a good mind. And so I didn't want to sit and not lend my voice, and then I'm labeled as a bad-minded person. So let me say to the entire Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis, Alexis is a good man, with a good mind. And so I make my presentation, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, every life that is lost through gun violence is an impact on our future as a federation. And I say that to say this, meaning every life that is snuffed out by gun violence, it therefore means the potential for someone to become a doctor, a lawyer, a construction worker, a mechanic, social worker, a police officer, or any other profession that they may have had the potential to perform in this country, to build our country, that is lost. That potential is definitely lost. And when you look at all of the persons who would have succumbed to gun violence, whether it was a brother, sister, neighbor, friend, if you examine that person, there must have been some good in that person, no matter what pathway of life they would have chosen. Because some persons would choose certain pathway because of neglect, because of various social difficulties and issues, yes. But bear in mind that everyone that is lost through gun violence is the potential for them to carry on the legacies that we are creating here in this federation. And that cannot be good. And so the debate today and the amendments being made are meant to deter, and they are meant to bring about some stability in our country and our communities. We wake up in the morning and we hear another one gone again. It is troubling because we have now developed this sense. Well, I wouldn't say develop this sense, but we now have this cold feelings towards such activities in our country that we just dismiss it. Another one gone again. Someone has been gunned down, and we gloss over it and we move on to the next day. And that is not good for the country. Smallest country in the Western Hemisphere, and per capita you hear of all of the data that we are the, I don't want to repeat certain things in this parliament because it's going to the foreign media and what's not, but we understand what we are up against. We understand, all of us in this federation have the capacity to understand what is happening in this country. And all of us can do better, you know. Every single one of us can do better. And so we are calling our young men and our young women to do better. Because it's the only thing to do. They normally say badness out of style, you know. Badness out of style. There was a tagline being used. Oh, it was a song, I believe. With tempo? Badness out of style. Badness out of style, and so is gun violence too. And so it is that our young men must understand that we are heading down a path that is not good for you, not good for me, not good for us, not good for this country. Madam Speaker, when I look at the amendments being brought, there's some harsh penalties, you know. Some harsh penalties, but I want to make a suggestion. Whereas, for example, let me just read one of these amendments. Amendment of Section 4, for example. The Act is amended to Section 4, subsection 2, as follows. A, by replacing paragraph A as follows. Madam Speaker, I gotta go to my glasses. The typo is very small. Excuse me 1 second, Madam Speaker. Let me just get my glasses quickly. I would recommend, Madam Speaker, that or when the bills are brought, maybe they need to increase the funds. Okay. And that is true too. It's the funds coupled with aging. Okay. Okay, Madam Speaker, amendment of Section 4. The Act is amended in Section 4, subsection 2 as follows. A, by replacing paragraph A as follows. And A reads, in the case of an offense relating to a prohibited weapon, on conviction, on indictment to a fine not exceeding $500,000 and to imprisonment with or without hard labor for a term not exceeding 40 years. That is very harsh. Here is my suggestion, Madam Speaker, because all of the amendment speaks to a dollar amount that you would be asked to pay once you're charged and convicted, or, not or, but this doesn't say or, I believe it just said and. So the language must be understood. It only said with or without hard labor, but in terms of the money that you have to pay, it is coupled with jail time. But here is my suggestion, Madam Speaker. I believe there should be a mandatory minimum sentence. What I mean by that, this speaks to the upper sentence, meaning the mandatory. Well, this is where the sentencing will end. 40 years or $500,000, for example. I believe there should be some guideline given to our judges or magistrate, and I don't think we'll be going above and beyond what we should be doing as a parliament when we are seeking to introduce these bills. Meaning, irrespective of whatever mitigating circumstances, a person must know that you're going to serve jail time of 5 years, for example, or a fine of, for argument's sake, $100,000. I'm just saying. This is where you have that minimum or mandatory minimum sentence. I hope I'm making myself clear, Madam Speaker. Because this doesn't give, there's some discretion to be applied by a judge or magistrate. It doesn't say discretionary action of the judge or the magistrate. But I am saying the bill could have been very clear in that regard by saying this is your minimum, punishment, sentencing, whatever the case might be, so that at least the offending party know. Once you go before that judge hands are tied. I am not sure if that is something that we want to do, but I'm suggesting it. The lawyers among us and those who are the legislators, who are not legislators, but those who work in the particular office, Attorney General office, may want to throw that aside and say it is not something we can do, or it is something that can be taken on board. That is just a suggestion I'm making. And I do believe that I am thinking that way consistent with how it started, that gun violence is a serious thing in this federation. And if we are to be serious as a parliament, we have to take steps towards doing what is necessary to curb this spate of violence here in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. We're losing too much of our talent. We're losing too much of our resources, the human resource that is needed to build the Federation. And that is why I'm saying that that is something that I do believe that we can consider a part of this bill. If not, at least I would have put that on the table for consideration. Madam Speaker, I would want to say at this point in time that anyone who is listening, who are engaged in activities or are engaged in some way of importation of guns, the bill speaks to manufacturing of guns. I hope we don't get to that stage here in the Federation, because manufacturing speaks to this large-scale production of any item. If you speak about manufacturing, I would think that there is a complex somewhere set up down the road somewhere where you have manufacturing of guns. So it speaks to that inside here. And I hope we don't get to that stage. Madam Speaker seemed to be a bit perplexed, so let me read this section. Let me read the section. And let me put back on my glasses as well, so that at least we can get it into the records. And I'm going to make a point there as well too. This is the amendment of section 9. And it says here, A speaks an offense in relation to the manufacture of or to deal in prohibited weapons on a conviction on indictment to a fine not exceeding $500,000 and to imprisonment with or without hard labor for a term of not exceeding 40 years. Okay. Now, I wanted to add another word to that if I possibly can, or if we possibly can. Assemble. And what I mean by assemble, guns can be brought in pieces and assembled here in the Federation. It is being done, Madam Speaker. There are times when you hear a piece of gun come in this week, may have come before. And so there must be some way of dealing with that as well too. Because we have different types of guns in the Federation. You hear about AK-47, you hear about AR-15, you hear about Beretta 9mm, whatever they are. But there's also something called a ghost gun. You know what a ghost gun is? It's a ghost one that cannot be traced because they bring it in a certain way and all of the serial numbers are gone. So these are the things that we have to think about when we are looking at these pieces of legislation and understand what is happening out there on the street. You listen to what is going on and you understand we have some serious problems on our hands. And that is why I do believe this piece of legislation, in terms of it being one that is being brought forward, that is to act as a deterrent, it must also be practical in nature so as to make sure we are capturing what is happening out there on the streets. People are becoming sophisticated now. And the laws have to be sophisticated and they have to be in such a way where you cover your bases as much as you can so that at least we know that the legislations that we are bringing to Parliament are wholesome in their approach in addressing the issues and those terrible issues that we have to face from time to time on a daily basis. Madam Speaker, I believe that the bill that is before us, we can have a substantive debate and speak all day about it for sure. There's no doubt, because all of us inside here must be angry and must be disappointed in what has been happening in this federation. But I will go quickly to the amnesty. Amnesty is one that I support 100%. And I believe all of us must lend our voice to it by encouraging all those out there, men, women, young and old, whoever you are, and you have an illegal gun in your possession, use this opportunity to turn that firearm into the authorities and save yourself down the road any of the difficulties that may ensue if you fail to do so. Some may say they prefer to endure the penalties than to rid themselves of what is their protection. Some are saying that, I'm sure, because some people hold dear to what they have, illegal or otherwise. So I'm saying, though, that the first step that you must take is to rid yourself of your illegal firearm and understand that the repercussions of not doing so will be waiting for you down the road. And I really don't think that many of you out there would want to deal with that. I say many of you, you realize I'm not saying many of us, because I myself was brought up in such a way those things would not bother me at all. So I walk straight and narrow, as they say, and I wish many more will do that. But that being said, there's a lot of potential in this country for young men and young women, if we were to choose the right pathway. There's tremendous potential. As difficult as you hear persons might say circumstances are in this federation, there are a lot of good happening here. A lot of good things are happening. And a lot more good things will happen if you were to choose the right direction and the right pathway. Because earlier this morning I think I related it to my colleague here that, listen, here I am standing in the federal parliament from where I came. Many of us inside here have various stories that they can tell as to where they would have come from and where they are now, not only here in Parliament, but where you are in your profession. Where 30 years ago, 20 years ago, 10 years ago, you may not have thought that you would have gotten to where you are, but because of that desire to succeed, and through the dint of hard work, as they say sometimes, you decide to get up in the morning, work hard, save what you have, try to earn what you earn in an honest way, you can make it. Not through violence, not through gun violence, not through criminality, but you can make it through hard work. Madam Speaker, I probably can go on for a long time, because I like talking about these things, because these are things that are important, very, very important to us. We can talk about all of the different legislation, but when it comes to crime, criminality, gun violence, murders, and those things. Those are the things that we as legislators should always lend a strong voice to. Not an opposing voice, but a strong voice to. And from the opposition side, you hear I'm talking this way because it impacts myself too. It impacts my family. It impacts all of us inside here in some shape or form. And trust me, I don't like to hear it anymore. I don't like it. And so, with those few words, Madam Speaker, I think I've lent my voice, and I did so not because of any bad mind or anything, because I have a good mind and a good heart, and I want to make sure that my voice is heard in a resounding way, that I support this Firearms Amendment Act 2024 and wish it safe passage. May it please you.
Thank you to the Honourable Member for Nevis 11.
Madam Speaker,
I recognize the
I reserve
Honourable
my right
Member.
to speak. The Prime Minister had to take a meeting. If we could pause for a few minutes so I could get the Prime Minister to wrap up, since the member has indicated he has no interest to speak.
Again, the falsehood is well noted by members of the public. I never said I had no interest in speaking. Due to his fact that on this side, the last presentation on the bill had come. He should not misrepresent and tell a falsehood on a member, Madam Speaker. It's being deliberate. And my interest in speak doesn't have to be indicated
the conversations are to be addressed to the chair.
It's not to you, it's to the Madam Speaker. That is what you should allow.
Do you wish to present, Honourable Member, for number 7?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Very well.
Madam Speaker, with your leave, I rise
Yes, please, Honourable.
to make a contribution to the debate on the bill entitled, let's get it, the Firearms Amendment Bill 2024. And Madam Speaker, I wish to note that this bill has come, and today it's going through all readings, Madam Speaker, contrary to the tradition of allowing bills to come, particular bill of fundamental impact, to come to the Parliament, have its first reading, go out, get input from relevant parties and stakeholders that can help us in shaping a legislation that will fulfill, to the extent possible, the intentions and the aims and objectives, and also to benefit from wisdom, because wisdom can be found everywhere. That has been the tradition. So, on this occasion, a bill that is critical to the safety and security of our country comes to Parliament, distributed to us 2 days, and we go through all readings. And there is no indication that the bill has been circulated in advance to critical stakeholders and what their input has been. We have raised that, and certainly there are going to be bills that are of such a nature that we may, from time to time, have to bypass this. But this matter is so critical to all of us that one would have thought that consideration would have been given to this, especially having regard to the fact that in relation to this matter, there has time and time again been a call for national consultation with respect to the way forward for St. Kitts and Nevis in dealing with violence, in dealing with gun violence, in dealing with the rate at which we have again made prominence as a murder capital in the world. And we heard some of the statistics. It is in that context that the omission or refusal to, as it were, engage widely in relation to this bill is regrettable. Madam Speaker, we are dealing with a matter of concern to everyone, whether citizen or temporary resident here, tourist or otherwise. And of course, we have heard from all the presentation an acknowledgement that where we are, none of us would want us to be. Too many have lost their lives in a most brutal fashion. Too many families and communities have been mourning, and too much trauma has been occasioned in our society. And I want, therefore, to extend again, publicly, to all who are mourning the tragic, brutal murder of family members, of friends, of citizens, I want to extend to them my sympathies and that of my constituents and all well-meaning people in St. Kitts and Nevis. We have started the year on a very bad note, and already in many indices we are among the worst performing. We heard reference to our per capita ranking for 2023, and we hear where we are now in 2024. We have the highest murder rate per capita in the OECS, in CARICOM, and in the hemisphere so far. And so, if we are not careful, we are heading towards the extinction of a critical component, a critical demographic in our country. The youth in their blossom season, in their season for productive contribution, they are being lost brutally, unnecessarily, to violence and crime. And the question is, how does this all of society concept work? How will it give life? How will it be led so that all with their ideas feel welcome to make a contribution on this matter that is affecting every area of life in St. Kitts and Nevis? How will we do it? All of society, but you are excluded in making your contribution. All of society, but no time. We will do it our way. We will do it our way. And if you don't support our way, then you have a bad mind. What are we engendering with an approach that speaks in that manner, Madam Speaker? And who do we expect to come to our assistance when it is that we have closed the doors for cooperation, for consultation, for ideas to flourish? Yes, Madam Speaker, there's a time for a better approach to doing things inside the Parliament and outside the Parliament. There must be a better way, and in fact, we must always want to find that. And when we listen in recent times, and that is why it's important to know from whom our ideas flow in. Are the ideas that are now part of the bill coming from a wisdom that is no longer what it should be, wise and congruent and sensitive and helpful? Is the advice coming from an advisor who told us that we can live with 12 murders? Is that where it's coming from? Is the advice coming from a leadership that sent shivers to every Kittitian and Nevisian when the advisor would say, well, if you have committed a murder, borrow a loan, buy a ticket, and go elsewhere? Is this the advice that is informing what we are bringing to the bill? It is an important starting point about what it is we are debating, how things get in the debate, and whose advice we are going to follow to take us on a better path. We accept, and we have always held, that the loss of one life to crime is one too many. Every life is a precious gift from God, and we, as a people, have to do more to help each other. The legislative agenda today seems to be a kind of a response to a terrible and regrettable crisis in which our country finds itself at this time. A crisis, Madam Speaker, and the approach to it we have to look at very carefully. Legislative response to the crisis, not just in the approach, in the substance. Will it help us? Will it help us? Is there evidence to show us that the approach we are going to embark would lead to improvement? Is there evidence? None has been presented. Is there evidence that showed, for example, that when there was hanging, and it's still on the books, that led to people not engage in homicides? No, it didn't work. And when you look at the statistics far and wide, our societies, you see, that in places where we may think that they are not as strong in some of the punitive aspect of justice, that they are performing so much better in terms of criminal activity. That is what the statistics reveal. And we have to find in the end something that is culturally sensitive to our region, to our country. We must ask ourselves, for example, how come just next door, with a population nigh twice ours, Antigua and Barbuda has not yet reached double digits and murders? Is there something that we can learn that may help us to understand what is happening in our country and what is happening elsewhere? What it is we hope that we are going to achieve. And a word came up which may well reflect a mindset. For the member for number 6 says it was a show. Go back to the transcript. This show of doing something will not last. Just as the show must end, so too it will end. Because at the end of the day, what matters is whether results are being had. Results are being had. The legislative matter and the answer, we have heard even from those who propose it, is incomplete. And of course, it must be incomplete. It must be, because it represents an exclusionary approach. Exclusionary approach to a matter which we hear, in contrast, must be inclusionary, must be inclusive, and all of society approach. And yet, the legislation and the approach to its development has been exclusionary. So the two can't live. One member used to say, what gone bad in the morning can't come good at night. You can't start the process going it the wrong way and expect to come and it would suddenly work. The death penalty and harsh penalties has not and never have there been evidence provided work. Because at the end of the day, we have to go to the root cause. What is causing people to do what they are doing? To get a better handle on what may well be the deterrent. The social scientists who have studied social diseases, such as crime, will tell us that many of those who are involved in criminal activity, they are prepared to take the risk in spite of the consequences. And I think one member said that they may say yes, they will take the risk because they want to hold on to their protection. And we pray that is not the view. But equally, there is an acceptance of emerging research which shows that even with respect to those who are committing homicides and other criminal activity, they know what the penalty is. But for many of them who have been interviewed and been part of scientific research, they say, we will know we will die. They live in communities where their peers, where their friends and associates have died very young. So they know what it will be. But in their head, they are equally convinced that they cannot live the way they are living. That is it. They cannot live the way that they are living. And so what we think would have been the deterrent has proven ineffective. One person put it that they may think that holding on to their protection would better preserve them than the consequences of being found with their protective tool. So, Madam Speaker, we have to ensure, and the member for number 6 in some ways began that pathway of discussion, and then he got sidetracked to talk about what it is give people a stake in the land of their birth, in their country, in their community. What it is do they get from honest alternative pathways? Do they get a salary, a wage that allows them to feed their family, to educate their children? In other words, is it their existence such that they feel that they are respected provider for their family, for their community, for their children? In much of the research and gang development and gang culture, the question of respect looms large. The question of what that kind of association and fellowship gives to those who are part of it looms large, and that is something that we definitely have to begin to address legislatively and by other policy actions, Madam Speaker. And we need, again, what we have heard, the all-of-society approach on this one. Yes, similarly, we must ask ourselves, what is the net benefit to our country? To take a young man and we say 40 years, go, lock him away, go, throw you in jail for as long as possible, because 40 years is almost, and somebody made reference to us there, it's almost a lifetime. But what if he has young children to look after? What if he has a mother? What if he has other persons for whom he was the critical being? Can we, well, you all are going to shout out in the parliament? I mean, come on, it's time that end. You all just said there were no other speakers, and yet I'm not being allowed to make my presentation.
That is inaccurate,
It's
Honourable
not fair.
Member. That is inaccurate,
It is
Honourable
fair.
Member.
It's a
That,
fair
Honourable
reflection
Member,
of
when
what
I
is
speak, you
happening.
stop speaking.
Yes.
That is an
reflection.
unfair assertion.
What is happening?
Honourable Member, are you going to let me speak? That is an unfair assertion. You are not being prevented from speaking. There is crosstalk from both sides at all times. Let me finish.
I have not engaged in
Let
any crosstalk.
me finish. There is always crosstalk. I manage it. You have done that as well. Maybe even if you have not done it today, on this very occasion, you have done so on a number of occasions.
All right.
That is an unfair assertion. Please stop.
It is not
Continue.
unfair because they are interrupting
Honourable
me.
Member.
And it is my duty to let you know when I'm being disturbed.
Honourable Member.
Madam Speaker, it is my duty.
It is also my duty to tell you when I speak, you stop. You are being disrespectful to the chair.
I am not.
Everyone, let me finish. Let me finish. If you have an issue, you state that, I address it, and then we proceed. You don't speak over me. Honorable members, please let us allow each other to present. You may proceed, Honorable Member, for number 7.
Madam Speaker, they have succeeded in attempting to halt this smooth flow. Madam Speaker, the point is that we need to be able to examine scientifically the causes of crimes and to find culturally relevant scientific solutions to all matters related to crime. And I want, Madam Speaker, just to refer to some literature, really, in relation to this matter that I had the opportunity to look at briefly. Yes, causes of crime. And the forensic psychologist was saying, our investigation revealed that many of these youngsters were exposed to criminal activity before they completed high school. We also learned that there was a family tree and an accompanying undisclosed community of sorts that led to these youngsters choosing this troubled life. We also learned that most of them were unable to see an alternative to this life of crime, even though none of them wanted this life for themselves or their children. What was interesting is that when we clinically assessed these youngsters, we found that they had talents in their own right. We immediately realized it was our duty as leaders and gatekeepers of society to harness these talents. In other words, to make an industry of their talents while simultaneously creating legitimate alternative job opportunities. And we could go on in terms of some of the findings. This is what the scientific research in our region, by and large, is showing to us and is shaping us. Legislative response, important. But there are also broader societal issues that have to be addressed and move in tandem for us to get efficacious outcomes, Madam Speaker. And it was this in mind, in part, to provide alternative pathways to our people that we launched the Alternative Life Pathway Program, which became the Peace Program. But its proper name was the Alternative Life Pathway Program. The aim was transformative in nature. It was to say to those who we call, quote unquote, at-risk youths, persons involved in gangs, that there is an alternative path to which you can pursue a better life. And of course, that pathway was well determined scientifically by some of the best persons available to our country at that moment in time. The pathway had inputs of psychologists, sociologists, forensic and clinical people, professors, etc., including one local, Dr. Gordon, who did a lot of work in refining the initial program that was a peace. I want to salute and to thank all those who very early came forward to assist with the build-out and the development of a novel program at a time when the country was under pressure. We had Joseph Liebert in Nevis. He's now deceased. We had Pastor Maynard in Nevis. We had Pastor Connor in St. Kitts. We had guidance counselors who had come out of our schools. We had ACP MacArthur Brown. We had ACP Adams and others, ably being supported by the High Command in designing and working and adjusting the programs to make sure that they were culturally relevant to our times and to our needs. Was it a program that was perfect? No, it was not. But it delivered the peace dividend to St. Kitts and Nevis like no other program delivered to our country. It delivered the alternative pathway and created an improved sense of safety and security in our country. It allows those west to go central and to go east, and vice versa, giving them a stake in the value of freedom and all that freedom offers in its fullest dimension. It gave them jobs. It gave them businesses Some of them are still running those businesses up to today. In fact, it was just this week a number of them were on Freedom Radio touting the value of their participation in the peace programs. And the country knows. They had skill development sessions. They had counseling support. They were given opportunities to mold this loving relationship between parents and their children. As the research found, the life many of them lived, they felt that they had a stake in that life because there were no better alternative. But they did not necessarily want that same life for their children. And that is why there was the additional intervention, the explorers. So while the peace program was targeting the adults, the school leavers, the explorers program became an important crime diversion program that was being studied, not just in the region, by 2 universities in the United States of America. That is how much it was looked at and modeled. Today, because of the presentations from our law enforcement, Barbados has launched its own adaptation of the peace program, which we started here. Madam Speaker, our Explorers program caught the interest of 2 universities in North America. The leader of our peace program, well, one of, in Inspector Isles, got an acknowledgement from the Queen for her work in that particular program. And there were several others who did exceptional jobs, and we want to thank them and appreciate them for their pioneering work. That is what they did. They gave pioneering support. Someone made reference to the fact that in primary schools, we found that the gangs had penetrated there. They were using children to either transport ammunition or guns or whatever from one source to another, because they felt they were not going to be, in fact, suspected of participation in the crime. And the ministry, faced with that reality, set about with important support. Ross universities, companies on the industrial side, all supported the formation and development of the Explorers Club, because it provided a way of halting the transition from young persons who had that history of violence in their families, who had to each day live with the fact that their father was no longer with them, whether in prison or having been killed. They had to deal with that particular trauma in their tender years of development. That is a problem. Those families are victims too, and they have to be attended to, Madam Speaker. So the Explorers Club was to prevent that ease of transition. The son must not come what the father was in a negative way. And that is why all that investment and resources flowed went to the development of these initiatives. The Explorers Club emerged as the largest youth group in St. Kitts and Nevis, with over 1,400 young people participating across several communities, providing after-school support to our young people, developing good attitudes and respect between our young people and our police officers who were providing leadership nigh some 10 of them were put full time into helping and nurturing the development of our young people. There was no other youth club in our country that had commanded that kind of involvement, organized input and development as our Explorers Club has been. Madam Speaker, we have to find more encompassing ways of harnessing all of the talents of our people, whatever we may perceive them to be. And that is what we attempted to do. And the truth is, everyone knows that the country was better for those interventions, imperfect as they were, because they were new, and you have to again bring the results to bear in determining how you are going to reorganize, make better, improve on the delivery, and keep our country safe, because that is a most fundamental duty of our government. Most fundamental duty is to keep the citizens safe and secure. And that is what all of our energies must be devoted to, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the matter of the gun amnesty, not new, but again, full story must be told. And I thought that the member for number 2, at least in her presentation, came close to really giving an education in terms of the possession factor, as I would call it, and the use. And perhaps when the Attorney General comes, he may want, as it's his obligation as the government's chief legal advisor, to inform the public. How does the amnesty work in practical terms? Because we have to be careful that we are engaged in truth-telling. The amnesty, some of it defined here, in practical terms. You go, you give up your gun. I possess this gun, I'm giving it up. As I understand it, it is not that that is the end of the matter. It's not that it's the end of the matter. A police force charged with the responsibility of protecting our people and bringing criminals to justice, they have to go do tests upon these firearms. A lot of people have been killed over the years. They have to go and do tests of these to find out if these new things that have come forward, they really know the guns that have been used in any criminal offense, murder, whatever, shooting incidents. So then does it mean that once you bring in your gun and it is tested, well, no punishment for bringing it in, the admittance, as it were, of the possession. But if the crime has been used in an illegal act, it has to be pursued. That is my understanding. Because you can't have an unsolved murder. You can't have in your possession the very instrument, the very gun that has been scientifically, and we here follow the science, scientifically determined by your forensics and ballistics investigators who have committed a crime, and then that crime goes unsolved. That matter needs clarification. That was one of the things we had to grapple with. And the law enforcement persons at that particular moment in time, made clear that they cannot have a weapon that has been used in the commission of the crime. And I think this section of the Act, if I remember, is the one that deals with the use of the firearms, maybe section 25. So how do we, as it were, go across from possession and actual use of it, and the use of it in the commission of an illegal act? That is a matter that requires clarification so that we are not misleading the country and we are not misleading the gun owners and we are not misleading ourselves. Because there are people out there who have been working these systems, and when they hear certain things, they are saying, because they have the knowledge and they have the facts, that ain't make sense. It can't work like that. And if it is where we are working under the illusion that that is how it will work, we are going to have a problem. And the country will not forgive us for having led them down a path through failure to provide the kind of information, frankly and truthfully, which they need to have. Possession and use. Possession and use. And use in an illegal act, how we are going to deal with that at the end. And Madam Speaker, I need not say that by and large, to get to where we want to deal with penalty, we have to first have successful conviction. You have to succeed there. So it's a path that you are traveling, and we have to ensure along that path we have done everything that needs to be done appropriately, because penalty comes after conviction. If you're not catching those who would have done the crime, then no matter what the penalty, it doesn't resonate. It does not resonate. And that is why you have to have all the other parts. That is why the partial response ain't going to work. That is why it is important that we bring other people, get their advice, determine which portion, if any, of the advice that has been proffered we think will help us on this journey. So I'm asking again for clarification with respect to that, because there could well be a difference in views among members of the legal fraternity and the government side in relation to this matter, and in the end all these things will find their way to the process of litigation, and the court will determine these things. And so we want to make sure that as much as possible we can get things right. Madam Speaker, we all want a peaceful country. It is in all of us, in all our interests, to have that. We have always been committed to that. That is why my administration went further than most with innovative programs to ensure that peace reign in our country. That is why we valued life. That is why we gave the young people hope and an alternative pathway to pursue their goals legitimately and legally. That is what we did. And we understood that over time, these interventions had to be revisited, reformed, improved upon. And we had that laid out in a timed, determined approach to move from stage 1 to stage 2 to stage 3 and wherever. We had the Gang Out initiative, where people were given the opportunity, as it were, to step out, move past that particular lives. And some of the men, they are in church leading it, playing critically important role. Only the bad-minded, to use the phraseology that has been raised here, ill-advisedly in that context, would fail to see what the Alternative Life Pathway Program, Dove Peace, and the Explorers Club did for our country and did for our safety and security. Madam Speaker, we have no interest in being part of a failed state. And where we are going, we are looking more like a failed state in relation to where we are doing things. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, that is how we are looking. And whether or not it's accepted here, it is of no moment. Ultimately, it is really for the people at large to take consideration and to take good notice of what is happening. And they will always did. They did. They always did. They always did, because it's a cycle. They always did. And they will do so again at the appropriate time. No. You also have to control them, Madam Speaker. Have pause. I am not engaging them. Not at all. Not at all. I am addressing the tree, and through the tree the entire country. That is whom I am addressing, Madam Speaker. And I pause when they have gotten, as it were, too boisterous, too confusing, Madam Speaker, so that the country will take note of what is happening. Madam Speaker, again, we would have preferred that this legislation and all related legislation, pieces of legislation that have come, would have gone to be accepted, because traditions are important and you don't just throw them out. I've raised this before, and the Attorney General then gave the commitment that as far as possible he will try to follow that tradition, because it was useful. It was one of the recommendations that had come from the Bar Association, that they believe that matters should come to the bar for an input. And as I accepted, it's not every case that one would be able to do that. But I believe in this particular instance, 3 pieces of legislation have come. We have not heard. We have heard the talk about all of society, or someone says all societal. But it's the all of society approach, and we have to live it, not just speak it. And we have to try to be committed to it and let it reflect itself in all that we do. Madam Speaker, I hope that the intervention that I have made has helped to advance the public consciousness of what it is we are dealing with. How do we address the crime crisis in our country and bring all stakeholders on board? Are there better ideas out there? We have to canvass them. Is there better evidence that would help buttress the particular pathway in which we are going to embark, or we are invited to embark? Yes, there is. Yes, there is, Madam Speaker. I hope then, Madam Speaker, that as the debate continues, we'll be enlightened more, so that an entire country does not lose faith in the government's ability to perform its most fundamental duty. Fundamental duty, that is what it is. The basic duty to keep our people safe. And all the other distractions we have heard about reports and that report. You just forget those things and bring solutions. Bring solutions to the problem now. That bring the solutions that would deal with the problem, because there is nothing that has happened of which we need to feel any remorse about. Nothing. The mischief, the propaganda, the untruths that are being peddled, they cannot phase and they cannot belie the success of the initiatives that we brought to this country. And that is where the fundamental and crucial test lies. Have we delivered the peace dividend? Yes, we did. Have the country benefited? Has the country benefited from it? Yes, yes, yes. The country did benefit from it. Is the country safer now? No, it is not. And that is why we are here. It is not. That is why we are here. That is why we are here. Understand? That is why we are here. And the government has to come to the country fully prepared to address all matters. Come to the country fully prepared to address all matters that it is charged with dealing with. Madam Speaker, on that note, I wish to take my seat and listen to the debate and to get a better appreciation from the contribution of others and all the issues that have been raised and how we are going to move forward. What will always have my support are well thought out programs, well thought out policies to bring peace and safety to our country. That will always have my fullest and resounding support. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you to the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 7.
Madam Speaker, I had no intention to speak on this bill because we did not anticipate.
Honourable Member, you just told us you don't cross-talk. The member hasn't even gotten out a sentence. You did not even let him get out a sentence. Honourable Member for number 7, just as I asked the other members, please let the member for number 3 present. Thank you.
And as the member for number 7 leaves, as he does all the time, in total disrespect of this parliament, I just made some quick notes.
Honourable Member, please let the chatter die down and then we start your time.
Madam Speaker, with your indulgence, I had no plan to speak on this bill at all, and I would want to. Madam Speaker, again, I had no intention to speak on this bill, and I hope that the Attorney General will also add his voice based on some of the things that have come out, as we intended for this not to be, or could not figure out anything in this bill that would in any way be controversial. In fact, I think one member mentioned that only if you have a bad mind you could find and oppose for what this bill is simply doing in terms of its amendment and increasing the penalties for possession of firearms. And so I want to add a few statements based on some debate that has emanated from, in particular, the member for number 7. Fortunately, I've had the chance to serve in this parliament before, when the member for number 7 was on the government side. And how tunes have changed. He mentioned about the 3 readings. There will be times when this parliament will be asked to read bills 3 times in one sitting because of their importance, because of the urgency, because of a government that is responsive. And we have made the commitment that for bills that require wide and broad input, that we will make every effort to do so. But in this case, the government has found it necessary to move 3 readings of this bill because we did not figure that persons will have an objection from raising the penalty for possessing firearms. I don't think we need a big, long discussion about that. That is just one tool that is being offered to the law enforcement of this country as part of a deterrence mechanism in collaboration with all that is being done. And to prove the point is that the member from number 7 offered no suggestions, no amendments, or nothing that could be better in the amendment bill that is before this honorable House. Because usually someone will have a concern about a bill if they have many questions about the bill or many unanswered questions about the bill. And I want to posit here in this honorable House that the member for number 7, who continues, in my opinion, to disrespect this honorable House by stepping in just before he speaks and then takes his leaves immediately after he speaks, has only put forward arguments here for political purposes only. No suggestions, no amendments proposed, nothing in the bill has been identified as needing our attention or legitimate questions that ought to be asked. Unlike some of the other opposition members, it's a new era in this parliament where the opposition to the government has 2 oppositions. One opposition who is clearly trying to be a part of the solution. No, it's kind of two. And then you have another opposition who just oppose everything bad. I can't even support nothing that is good. And so, Madam Speaker, what we observed just now is that someone was trying to make hay where there is no hay with respect to the proceedings of this parliament and the government's intent to show its commitment to crime-fighting initiative by making harsher penalties for persons who have illegal firearms. The member from number 7, in response to his presentation, has clearly indicated that he refuses to participate in the positive discussion addressing the crime issue. I mentioned not a single suggestion. The member for the senator opposite made suggestions. The member for number 11, is it? Is 11, right? Made suggestions. When I sat on that opposition bench, I always rose with suggestions to the government. But the member for number 7 has shown he has no interest in being a part of the debate, being a positive part of the debate on this particular issue. And I want to draw the Parliament's attention to something that is really alarming, and I want the people of this country who are listening to pay keen attention. No one in this country who remembers the initiation of the peace program should be able to sit and accept the member from number 7 making it seem as though this program, which was birthed under his time, was always something that he was privileged to talk about. When this program started in this country, Madam Speaker, the member from number 7 denied its existence. Denied. On press conferences in this honorable house, denied that there existed any pay for criminals or people involved in crime. And I'm not just going to say it. I went back to look at some of the releases. Let's go to the Jamaica Gleaner that in 2019 quoted the former Prime Minister and member for number 7, where he was trying to, in this report, commend the security forces for bringing about increased peace and thank them for their efforts. But he went on and he dismissed, this is the Jamaica Gleaner, and I'm going to read it from SKNIS as well. He dismissed suggestions that payments were being made to criminals in order to ensure peace, and went on accusing persons peddling such reports of having a hidden agenda. The same member for number 7 who said just now that they put their heads together and come up with this program and introduce this program. When we go to SKNIS, May of 2019, again, the Gleaner took apparently from this, this release. And this is the official government outlet. Talk about, you have a cam and so on, and he's trying to preserve the peace. And he went on to say that the government is committed to the peace and so on, and for those who are looking a way out and so on, a fresh start, and that they will, the government at the time, we will invite the private sector to hire them. Because he's trying to say, we ain't paying them. Say, give them a chance to rehabilitate. Give them a chance to earn their living because they continue, etc., having served the time, was inviting people to hire them. He went on, of course, this is where he says, Prime Minister Harris also used the occasion of his press conference to dispel rumors of payments being made to criminals in order to ensure peace, noting that those behind the peddling of such reports, as I said, have a hidden agenda, and that, that his government is not involved in any quid pro quo arrangements. That's the member for number 7. Lied and pretended in this parliament that this program was something that germinated in an authentic way to rehabilitate our people who had unfortunately involved themselves in criminal activity. When for months upon months denied any existence of any pay for anybody involved in criminal activity. But you see, it couldn't be held a secret for too long. Why? Because eventually somebody gonna follow the money. And it is only after that, I think maybe sometime after the 2020 elections, that a budget line then became apparent for this alternate lifestyle initiative, because they couldn't hide the money for any longer. The same member for constituency number 7. Total disregard. No, you know what they say about persons who tell untruths? You have to have a good memory. Because you have to remember the lie you tell yesterday, last year, whenever. And clearly, well, let me not say that, I don't know. I was going to say he don't have a good memory. But I believe he does. And I believe that this is intentional political trickery that the member for number 7 continue to engage in. He spoke about crosstalk, Madam Speaker. I was going to call the name. Member for number 7 talking about crosstalk? When I was on the opposition, sometimes I'm talking and people in Radio Land can't hear me talking. All they're hearing is Timothy Harris' voice. It's like there were instructions to make sure that his mic was on. And in those days, we had no protection. Madam Speaker, with all due respect, you give them a lot of protection. Crosstalk is part of it, you know. In those days, no protection at all. None. And the member has the audacity to come in here and say he's being disturbed because somebody say, Remind me when I sing the calypso I had in Anguilla. And I pass and sneeze and the man went on stage and bust. I was so frightened. A little and remember number 7 fighting? Because you see, he don't have any protection anymore. When he was on the government side, he had a lot of protection. He had the army behind him. But now he's the cheese stands alone, even on this debate. Because while we see an important opportunity to ask the country to coalesce around a no-brainer piece of legislation, he still finds the time and the ability and the audacity to bring in unnecessary political banter into this parliament. That's the only reason I'm getting up to speak, because one of our responsibilities is to respond to what is presented on the debate. The member for number 7 talked about we must have an all-inclusive approach. Firstly, he's not participating in producing the, being a part of the debate, but an all-of-society approach. Well, I remember as well when we were on the opposition, and we would ask, we offered to be a part of it. We offered. He said no time, never considered. In fact, when I used to make positive contributions that made sense, while others on the government side were contemplating taking on some of our suggestions, especially when we get to committee stage and so on, He's trying to find a way to make sure the opposition don't have anything at all to say or anything to do with the bill. In those days, Madam Speaker, talking about an all-inclusive approach and making sure we have an input from everybody, there's a rule in our standing orders that says that the Speaker chooses the person whom his or her eyes meets first. But there is also a rule that says that the Speaker must assess the Parliament to ensure that anybody who wishes to speak has had a chance to speak. So, for instance, if the mover of the bill were to rise and the Speaker caught his eyes first, but a member has intimated that they had an intent to speak, the rules say that the Speaker ought to give that person a chance. But you know what used to happen? When we wanted to make contributions, critical contributions to bills like these, or critical bills, they would plan to ensure that the mover of the bill jumped up and the Speaker say that he catch the mover eye first. In fact, they used to say that's something wrong with the left eye of the Speaker. It's true. Because they did not want to facilitate the all of society approach which he is now talking about. So we must not accept these pretend tactics and these political banter, political talk from the chief architect of why we even have to be doing some of these things. The Prime Minister mentioned the creation of a criminal enterprise. And the only reason we learned about this program, which today he says he's big and proud about, is because they couldn't hide the money for too long. Couldn't do it. And it was leading up to the 2020 elections, so keep that quiet as long as possible. We're not paying anybody for peace. We're going to ask people to hire them. There's no such thing going on like that. And meanwhile, we were saying, let's do a program similar to what we're doing now. Let us engage them. Let us find opportunities for them to be rehabilitated. Let us even employ them and train them so that they are ready to then be meaningful contributors to our society. Those are the things we were saying then. And make it a legitimate program. But then, we know nothing about it. But today now, all of a sudden. Another thing that the member for number 7 would have mentioned is why put away somebody for 40 years? Young people, 40 years is almost a lifetime. Right? And he asked about their family and the children. And these are very good questions, I wouldn't lie. But that's the point. If it is that there is a young man or woman who is concerned about the survivability of his girlfriend, his mother, his children, his business, then don't have no gun. Because it means that with this law, you can be put away for 40 years. That's the point. To act as a deterrent for those types of persons. Of course, you're going to have those, as always. The member from number 11 mentioned, who will want to take the risk. We can't legislate for everything. It's just a reality. If we could have, then everybody would have zero crime. We wouldn't have nothing else to do. But this is meant to capture those who this will apply to. So that youngster who doesn't want to throw away the rest of his life, or even a partner of someone, and you know that there is an illegal firearm or an illegal weapon in your possession, in your vehicle, in your car, understand that if you are convicted of having such, you can get up to 40 years and $500,000. Is that worth it? So yes, that is the point. For that same youngster, that same person who wants to see their daughter graduate, want to see their son come something, or have a plan maybe to get a home, or one day, I want to start a business. Well, is it worth having illegal firearms to spend up to 40 years in prison, or a fine of $500,000? Wow. Can I get a wow? Wow. And so I want to take this opportunity to commend the mover of the bill, Honorable Prime Minister, the Attorney General and his office, and the Cabinet for taking these bold steps. And given the presentations emanating from the opposition, I think that the Attorney General will be wise to present on some of the questions that have been asked, because I believe that the member for number 11 asked about minimum sentences, and the AG is well positioned to address that particular issue. As I close, I want the country to understand that we continue to develop a comprehensive approach to making sure we maintain a peaceful society. It is indeed an all-of-society approach. We have long said that. All of us have our different parts and roles to play, even our political opponents. Because, another thing here, I almost missed this that I wrote down from the presentation earlier. The Prime Minister mentioned that on successful passage of this particular piece of legislation, he will institute, under the powers granted to him through legislation, an amnesty period of about 2 weeks, 15 days, from tomorrow, Friday, to 2 weeks away on that Saturday. And instead of the member of number 7 joining and asking anyone who has an illegal weapon to give up their weapons like other members has, he begins to put things in their minds as to why they should not bring their weapon. Can you imagine that? The member for number 7 is guilty of creating insinuations in people's minds as to why they should not participate in an amnesty. But what do you call that? What is the definition for that? AG, is there a legal definition for that? Is there a legal definition for a former prime minister of a country who is in the halls of parliament, our premier institution of legislation and lawmaking, to, when presented with an opportunity to join with law enforcement to encourage an amnesty, is providing reasons as to why somebody might not want to participate in that amnesty. What do you call that? What do you call that? I think we ought to take this thing seriously, you know. And I continue as leader of government business to offer a hand of cooperation to the opposition. And so, earlier, because the Prime Minister indicated he had to leave for an important CARICOM engagement, I offered to the opposition who will be speaking so that we can look at timing. And you know what the member from number 7 said? He ain't sure yet. But then when I offered to him, he said, well, other people over there. I said, well, we don't have any more plans. So therefore, you're indicating that you have no interest to speak. Because you see, that is part of it. The member for number 7 wants to dictate when and how he must speak in this parliament on the opposition side. It is not a truthful reflection from him of public service. It's just all about politics, all about fanfare, all about show. And Mr. PM, I will have to tell you some of what was said in case you didn't get all. Mention about the peace program and praising it and so on, and you know, as if, you know, it was the best thing since sliced bread and so on. I had to remind this parliament that in the onset of this program, he completely denied its existence.
For a long time.
This is unfair. This is, in fact, unfair. This is, and the suite of legislation that we're bringing today, just to be able to match, and then that's another important point. He mentioned that 3 pieces of legislation will go through 3 readings today. Well, the thing is that they are all meant as a suite, so that you don't do one thing and then another thing doesn't match up. It's a suite. And I've already given explanation as to why it is important for us to move in this way. And I want to commend the Honorable Prime Minister member from number 8, and again the AG and the entire team for coalescing behind this. And I also want to thank the members from the opposition who stood up and gave rational contributions. It is not everything they're going to agree with us on. It's not everything I expect that they're going to say, you know, we do it well. But it really takes a type of mind to use an opportunity like this, where we're increasing the punishment for firearms, for somebody to have negative, unwarranted things to say. Madam Speaker, I also want to invite the Attorney General. I think you should speak, Mr. AG, if you don't have it in your notes, about what the rest of the region has done in similar cases in terms of increasing their punishment for illegal possession of firearms. So, Madam Speaker, I really needed to rise, as I mentioned, to underscore to the general public that we should largely take the contribution from the member of number 7 to the grain of salt, because it is apparent that it is not coming from a genuine place to effect meaningful change to the behavior that causes unlawful behavior in our society, but rather, as I've always maintained, uses this opportunity only to create headlines for his social media and propaganda outlets. No interest whatsoever in partnering. You know, one time, Madam Speaker, if I may, I was on the opposition side, and a bill for a church, Mr. Pierre, came up. And the church was in my constituency. And so when it was moved, I rose to second it as part of a collaborative effort in the parliament. You know that the member from number 7, I think he got through in preventing me from doing so. And then because I got up to support the bill, found something negative to say. What do you call that? What is that? And what I said these days, what are this? What are this? I mean, could you imagine? Is a soul missing? Why, after the repudiation given by not only his cabinet of the time, but the population thereafter, that the gall still exists to continue this type of politics? Well, I will be one who stand up against that. Because we are going to continue to be a government that is transparent to the people. And I can't bring in all the other extraneous things. I could really only respond on this bill. But there's so many other things that we could say. I could only, I'm following the rules. Following the rules. And this speaker here is always on the ball. So as soon as I talk something, she's going to cut me down. And then, yes, I got to keep relevance. Right? But in closing for real now, because it vexed me for true. If you look at my page, I have no script, because the intent was not for me to speak. We had already identified, look, this is a very straightforward piece of legislation. We got support from there. I took some notes here from the senator. She inquired about, I don't know if you heard, member number 8, she inquired about some trained dogs for a kennel in Nevis. So I put it here, so I will remind you. She also inquired about fingerprint entry. I take my notes. And Honorable Alexis, Honorable member for number 7, member for number 11, he suggests, I have here suggests mandatory minimum sentence. So I have to discuss that. And, say that again? Radar coverage, yes. Right? Then look what I have here on my notes. Member for number 7. The loud voice of Timothy when on opposition. So, Madam Speaker, I'm just telling you, I did not have any plan. Right? But it's frustrating. And I really had to get up and say something. This is a serious piece of legislation, a serious suite of legislation. And do you know what type of message it would send if the leader of government, being the Prime Minister, the leader of opposition, who unfortunately couldn't be here today, but his colleagues are, the leaders of the political organizations who are in the opposition, do you know what signal it would send if this parliament came out unanimously behind this suite of legislation? That's what we're trying to crave. That's what we're looking for. But I guess maybe they know something, as to why they continue not to be a positive part of our advancement. So with those few words, I want to wish the Firearms Amendment Bill 2024 safe passage to this honorable House. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member for number 3. Honorable Attorney General, I usually don't like interrupting the debate, but we are well past lunch, and I have members of staff who are not allowed to move during the debates. I wish to rise for a few minutes, perhaps 10, if we are minded to do so, return, complete this bill, and then break for lunch? Members? Or do you want to go straight to lunch? Members? Well, in that case, 1 hour, briefly, as we haven't done much on the second readings, and we have 2 other bills. I know we like to say we're going to be brief, but that never happens. And so to accommodate that, I think we should take 1 hour lunch and return at 3:35, swiftly, promptly at 3:35. Members? Adjourn for lunch. morning, everyone. Before we take our seats, the prayer will be given by, thank you.
In the same universities in Cuba, got the same degrees in Cuba. When they come to St. Kitts, they are offered the opportunity to be registered nurses, which means the red belt. But when our people go to those universities and get the same degrees, when they came back here, they could not register as registered nurses. And we changed that. And today, the Cuban nurses, of course, of national origin, who studied in Cuba and have their degrees, I can clearly say that they are now registered. And at the ceremony, Madam Speaker, we saw nurses cried and their families cried because this had been an injustice meted out to them, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, may I suggest that, okay, thank you very much. Madam Speaker, not to retard, I will move on to the other thing, the registration after college. In Nevis, when a nurse completes her
I recognize the Honorable Attorney General.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. I take this job very seriously, Madam Speaker. We are here in this honorable assembly to tell the truth to our people and to disabuse them of lies. Therefore, I wish to start by disabusing our people of two big fat lies that were told today in this House by the member for number 7. Firstly, his lie that there was no consultation on the decision to increase penalties for firearm offenses. Madam Speaker, as you very well know, in June 2023, almost a year ago, we tabled a firearm amendment of a similar nature to the one we are debating right now. Not a peep from the member for number 7, his party, or anyone in response. It is therefore a lie to say that the bill being debated today is some surprise. The truth is that in less than 19 months of this parliamentary term, we have tabled 52 bills, and this is only the 3rd sitting in which we intend to have 3 readings in one sitting. This reaction is taken when there are serious times and with uncontroversial bills. If there's anyone in this country that doesn't think that these are serious times with respect to gun crimes, then they're lying. Further, there is nothing, absolutely nothing controversial in the 3 bills to be debated today. Secondly, Madam Speaker, the good people of this country cannot continue or start to believe that the peace program was a good thing for our society. It was a corrupt program. The Prime Minister will go into detail in that. $60 million of state funds was spent in that program between 2019 and 2022, of which 22 million, more than a third, is unaccounted for, and of which 3.6 million was accounted for, but siphoned off the cronies of the member for number 7. Like his former permanent secretary, his brother, other close associates. There was a term used today in this House, peace dividend. The only peace dividend was paid to cronies of the former administration. And the people must know the truth. A member of the management committee of the peace program said publicly, since we were in office, that peace money was being used to buy new and more advanced guns and ammunition. And some of the recent retaliation killings arose directly as a result of issues with peace money. The peace program was corrupt and a bad thing for our country. End of story. Anyone who tells you otherwise is a stranger to the truth. Madam Speaker, in relation to this bill, my grandfather told me as a little boy, all human beings are the same. We are all flesh and blood. No human is better than another. Every life is precious. So I was happy to hear the member for number 8, our caring Prime Minister, who has dedicated his professional life to saving and preserving life, echo those sentiments this morning. It is important for us to remember that fundamental principle. Every life is precious. Everyone should have the opportunity to live and have the potential to be happy. It is a universal principle. That is why we should despise all wars or rumors of wars. Peace is the only true answer. Madam Speaker, the first duty of the government is to keep its people safe and to ensure that there is real peace. That's why those who pose a danger to society must be removed from society. This administration is firm on its stance that the worst offenders should be locked away for as long as it takes to protect the public. The role of Parliament, when it comes to the law with criminal sanctions, is to define the framework for sentencing, where the sentencer, that is the judge or the magistrate, makes the decision on the individual case basis within that framework. This is why Parliament sets a maximum sentence and not a minimum sentence, because judicial discretion is always needed. So, Madam Speaker, at this time, I'd like to address what the member for Nevis 11 said, whether we should implement minimum sentences. But the court has ruled repeatedly that the minimum sentences are unconstitutional because it fetters the court's discretion, the Parliament being one arm and the judiciary being another arm of government. There shouldn't be a crossover. So when a judge hands a sentence to someone who's about to go to jail, there are 4 main factors that go into that decision. There's retribution, that is punishing the person for doing something wrong. Rehabilitation, which is correcting problematic behavior. Safety, keeping threats out of the community. And deterrence, making sure both they and the others are scared off of breaking the law in the future. A longer maximum sentence, as determined by Parliament, sets the seriousness of a particular offense for a particular time in the evolution of a nation. Maybe in 1967, there was a need for the punishment for these sorts of crimes, which were few and far between between, if they existed at all, at 10 years. Let's take it forward. Minister Engineer, 67 to 2024 is how many years? 57 years later, this group of people is saying at this time in the life of this country, it is necessary to send a message that we will no longer tolerate gun crime. What this bill does, Madam Speaker, is it puts the gun-toting criminals on notice. It tells the international community that St. Kitts and Nevis has a zero-tolerance approach to illegal gun ownership and use. What the bill does is to treat high-level firearm offenses such as importation and possession of automatic weapons, Uzis, AR-15 rifles, a weapon. Madam Speaker, and this is passionate for me because I lost classmates in university at Virginia Tech to gun violence. They killed my professor, walked into the classroom where I used to go to school, and shot up a class because you know what? Those automatic weapons, one pull of the trigger could kill numerous people. So what we are doing is we're saying, if you intend to possess deadly weapons like this, your maximum sentence is 40 years. And if you want to participate in the sale or the handing over of weapons like that, and you made profit from them, you could pay a $500,000 fine. That seems reasonable, right, Madam Speaker? As the member for number 11 said, guns are only made for one reason: to kill people. Non-automatic firearms and ammunition, you have the DPP's election, where you could either go to the magistrate's court, downstairs, as the member for number 2 will know, or upstairs to the High Court. The maximum sentence in the magistrate's court we are proposing to stay the same at 15 years, with a fine of $100,000. And if it's tried in the High Court, a maximum sentence of 30 years, with a maximum fine of $250,000. The fine element, Madam Speaker, was considered seriously by the national security team as a further deterrent to criminals, some of whom fear losing their assets even more than losing their freedom. Right now in St. Kitts and Nevis, gun crime is our most destructive societal ill. In the past many years, we have lost hundreds of young men to firearm-related murders. This is wholly unacceptable. Imagine losing almost 1% of your population to unnecessary and mostly premeditated murders. Punishment, therefore, has to be set high to match the crime. Gun violence affects lives, livelihoods, families, public safety, security, peace, tourism, business, investor confidence, international reputation, and the freedom from fear to go about one's everyday tasks. It is something we have to get rid of. The punishment, therefore, must match the impact. We are a small society. These men who lost their lives through gun violence are known to us. Many of them were our classmates in school, our neighbors, our friends. I can speak for myself. I have lost persons that I grew up with, used to play basketball with, neighbors, to gun violence. It has to stop. Otherwise, we will lose an entire generation of men who will leave many children fatherless and continue a vicious cycle. I must repeat what our Honorable Prime Minister said today. Increasing penalties for gun-related offenses by itself will never solve the gun violence problem. But there is a holistic plan developed by the heads of our national security organs and our criminal justice partners. We have bolstered the number of prosecutors in the DPP's office, provided them with new laptops, and assisted them in securing new office equipment to make their jobs easier. We found an additional space for them. We have some more work to do. There's some challenges, but we're trying our best. Under the previous administration, the DPP's office was decimated. 3 senior prosecutors simultaneously resigned. I had to personally convince 2 of them to come back. Yet you have people in this house and clowns on social media talking lies that fit into their political narrative. Madam Speaker, I'm sorry for being passionate. I'm an Attorney General, but I love my country. And this is a very important debate. It's not for jokes and it's not for political gain. It is a fundamental debate we're having for the benefit of our people. So I apologize for my passion. As part of the multifaceted approach to crime reduction, there's also significant support from our international partners, the RSS, CARICOM Impacts, CONSLE, of which the Prime Minister and member for number 8 is now the chair. The US government has committed professionals and money to assist us in reducing gun importation. In the Ministry of Justice and Legal Affairs, there are 2 EU-funded criminal justice projects that are starting right now. The PACE Justice Project, which is purposed to enhance the institutional capacities of police forces, prosecutors, lawyers, courts, and prisons in the Caribbean to effectively and efficiently manage criminal cases. We have already agreed to our spreadsheet of assistance from the PACE Justice Project, and we are about to go forward. We have the El Pacto 2.0 project, which is also EU-funded, which aims at fostering an EU-Latin America-Caribbean partnership on justice and security, fighting organized transnational crime through an integral approach to reinforce the rule of law. That's a lot of words to say. We are getting money from rich countries to help us to build our criminal justice infrastructure. And we are doing our part to make sure that we can access those funds. And they go into the proper places so they can actually bring change to our criminal justice system. The various law enforcement arms of government recently received asset recovery training from the USA Bureau of International Narcotics and Law Enforcement Affairs, INL, and the USA National Center for State Courts, NCSC. It's a partnership between the ministry and the US Embassy in Bridgetown. I signed the agreement when the former US ambassador was here upstairs in this very building. Civil asset recovery is the act of seizing assets which were gained through criminal activity. Madam Speaker, as a member of the Needham Point Declaration, Monitoring, Evaluation, and Facilitating Committee, they should have changed that name, that's too long, led by the Caribbean Court of Justice, we are ensuring that the Caribbean territories that agreed to the Needham Point Declaration on Criminal Justice Reform, which was agreed in a conference in Barbados in October, that they take action to fix the broken criminal justice systems in our region. Given this role, which I take seriously as well, St. Kitts and Nevis must lead by example. In 2022, I teamed up with the resident High Court judges to establish a justice committee made up of all the stakeholders in the criminal justice system to discuss ways we can improve efficiency in justice delivery. Our next meeting, scheduled for the end of this month, will be to discuss and ratify the criminal justice laws chosen by the AGO team after consultation with the DPPO for urgent implementation. Today is just the start of our internal criminal justice reform project. We intend to table and debate laws with respect to judge-only trials in gang, murder matters, and other serious offenses, a voluntary bill of indictment legislation to allow the DPP to prioritize certain high-profile matters for expedited trial when they have vulnerable witnesses and threats and so forth. Amendments to the Jury Act, that act was passed in 1914, 110 years ago. Modern laws with respect to witness anonymity, new vulnerable witness legislation to allow for early evidence, a new Theft Act to deal with modern incidences of larceny and theft, a DNA Act, child pornography legislation, criminal procedure amendments, a new plea bargaining regime, a new Sexual Offences Act with appropriate sentencing for sex offenders and potentially a sex offenders register. Madam Speaker, a lot is going on behind the scenes to build governmental capacity to detect and prosecute serious crimes. We have a comprehensive criminal justice reform plan. I'm warning you, Madam Speaker, this Parliament will be very active over the coming months, particularly with criminal justice reforms and other modern laws to upgrade our system. Right now, on average, it takes between 2.5 to 4 years for a criminal trial to take place. My aim is to reduce that to 18 months on average. It will take hard work and dedication, but we are committed at the ministry to getting this done. Madam Speaker, with your leave, I wish to educate the general public on the process that a judge goes through when determining a sentence, because that point was raised today. Step one, the first step is constructing a sentence is to establish the starting point for the offense. A firearm case requires an assessment of the seriousness of the offense, including the culpability of the offender, and its consequences by reference to the harm caused. So the consequences may be causing injury or damage to property, discharging a firearm to cause terror, dealing in firearms, etc., etc. Then you go to determine the seriousness of the offense, whether it was part of gang membership, group activity, more than 20 rounds of ammunition, or any firearm, and those sorts of things. Then you also go to determine the seriousness start point. So if it's the highest seriousness start point, you start at 75% of the sentence. The lowest one, you go down to potentially 25% of the sentence, depending on the seriousness of the offense. And then now you go to the aggravating factors. Was the firearm modified to make it more dangerous? Was it being used by a person in authority, etc., etc.? Was there an attempt to conceal? All of those things go into the matrix, and it's determined what the sentence is. So I don't want anybody to think that it's an automatic 40-year sentence for automatic weapon or a 30-year sentence for a regular weapon. There's a process that the court goes through. It is legislated, and then the court determines what the sentence is. And the court must give reasons. Now, with respect to the amnesty, Madam Speaker, I never thought I would live to see the day where a former Prime Minister, a former National Security Minister, would publicly, in the highest house in this land, cast doubt in the minds of illegal firearm owners to discourage them to turn in their guns during a gun amnesty. That, to me, Madam Speaker, is the lowest of the low. You should be ashamed. The existence of a firearm used in a previous crime does not in of itself result in a prosecution. Let me explain what that means, Madam Speaker. If there was a firearm used in a murder, and the police has gathered evidence, and the evidence has not led them to an individual, no turning in anonymously of that firearm is going to create a final link to anyone. You can turn in to the amnesty anonymously. You don't have to give your name. No police officer is supposed to take your name. You can turn in anonymously through a lawyer. You could go to the lawyer and say, here, all the lawyer has to do is document, this is a firearm, this is the serial number, and the lawyer takes it to the police station. The point of an amnesty is to give you a chance, if you have a legal firearm, you know where one is, to turn it in and not be charged with a criminal offense. What the police does in terms of, they have to determine if the gun is linked to something else. But that turning in of the firearm in of itself cannot completely loop to allow a prosecution. And a gun amnesty is not something that comes without discussion and debate. We had a good debate about it. You discuss it. The national security team has discussed it for months. Should this be done? What are the pros and cons? What is the time frame? There's one that's going on right now in St. Vincent. I believe it's 3 months, or even longer. There's one in Grenada for 3 months. The decision that was made by the Honorable Prime Minister after consultation with Cabinet is that it should be short, because we're serious. You need to make the decision, if you are holding an illegal firearm, whether you're going to turn it in or not. After that, you have made the conscious adult decision as to what you want to do. And you bear the consequences. But I want to disabuse the general public, the persons who have legal firearms. Do not be fearful of turning in the firearms because of some fear that you're going to be connected to some other crime. That is not what an amnesty does. An amnesty allows you to turn it in anonymously, whether it had 12 bodies on it or not. You turn it in, you give it to your lawyer, you take advantage of those 15 days, and you change your life. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, I wish to remind the general public that once this bill passes, 15 days, starting tomorrow, to turn in your illegal firearms to any police station. If you do so, you will not be prosecuted for any offense related to your possession of that firearm. However, if you choose to continue to hold, hide, or use illegal guns, the police will find them, they will find you, and you will spend majority of your life in prison. It is your choice. With those few words, Madam Speaker, I wish the bill safe passage.
Thank you to the honourable member for saying, the Honourable Attorney General. Apologies. I recognize the honourable member for St. Christopher 8, the move of the bill to do his wrap-up.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. With your leave, I rise to wrap up the debate on this bill, shortly entitled Firearms Amendment Bill 2024. Madam Speaker, I want to start by really thanking all those who have supported this thus far, and to really recognize the majority of those on the opposition bench, that majority has also supported the bill. I want to thank my cabinet colleagues and the Attorney General and his staff, and to thank the national security apparatus and all those who were involved in the discussion that led us here. As was said, Madam Speaker, this was being discussed since last year, and there was a first reading of a very similar bill. However, national security, the professionals and experts there thought the best would be to bring a suite of bills to be passed in this honorable House, which will give them the legislative framework to enhance their work, Madam Speaker. It was extremely painful to hear the member from number 7. At no point in his presentation did he ask those who have these illegal weapons and ammunitions to turn them in, irrespective of what he feels about the government or anybody else. For you not to ask those who are breaking the law to respect the rule of law is a travesty. And to see that this Parliament is the place where laws are made, and to see a former Prime Minister, a member who has been here for a long period of time, former Minister of National Security, not appeal to those who are breaking the law to comply with the law is a travesty, Madam Speaker.
That is correct.
And that is why I said that even when I was part of the opposition party, I would have never engaged in any discussion that would suggest to anybody in any way, shape, form, or fashion that I condone criminal activity or breaking of the law. Madam Speaker, taking a weapon off the street, ammunition off the street or out of the hands of those who should not have these, can potentially save lives. So if you truly care and you truly believe that each life is precious, and as the member from number 11 said, that these are only for the destruction of life, how then you cannot ask to get rid of these instruments of death to save precious lives, Madam Speaker? It calls into question whether or not you truly care about these young people. Madam Speaker, I deeply care about these young people. All of us should care about these young people. It is critically important that we care about our young people, Madam Speaker, and to help them to get on the straight and narrow. And what this bill does is that it gives those who are in possession of illicit firearms and ammunition to hand them in without the risk of being prosecuted for possession, and gives you a chance, really, of starting afresh and starting anew, Madam Speaker. We want to give people a real second chance when it comes to illicit firearms and ammunition possession, Madam Speaker. And so, those who are close to the member from number 7, of good conscience, should say to him, man, politics is politics, but politics must end somewhere. You must support getting rid of guns and ammunition off of the street. You must support that this will lead to saving lives. You must support that young people should be given a chance to live, Madam Speaker. Totally irresponsible, if you ask me, that this gentleman has really, member from number 7, he has gone to a new low. He has disappointed many before, but this, Madam Speaker, he has disappointed most. He has gone to a new low, and he must be called out for it. That this Parliament needs to be united in the fact that we should stand together against any illicit firearms and ammunition here in St. Kitts and Nevis. Madam Speaker, I want to read something here, an article that came out. Caribbean gangs setting up franchise around the region, Madam Speaker. And it says here, and this is come out of Cayman, Caribbean cartels are using music promoters and performers as a front for organized crime, according to the head of a regional task force investigating drugs, guns, and people trafficking. Powerful regional gangs are also setting up franchises in smaller islands, Madam Speaker, smaller islands, bringing new levels of violence to communities previously unexposed to that degree of gun crime. In many cases, those criminal networks have links to Caribbean nationals in the U.S. who are facilitating the flow of weapons into the region. This was said by Lieutenant Colonel Michael Jones, head of the CARICOM Implementation Agency for Crime and Security Impacts, Madam Speaker. This is what we are dealing with. So how can a member in this House not recognize that this is a serious issue for the whole region, where gangs are becoming regionally organized, taking this thing to a new level, and not ask for weapons and ammunition to be turned in for the purpose, fundamentally, of saving, in many instances, their own lives. If you care about them, you would say these things serve no purpose but to destroy lives, maybe your own. Start afresh. Start anew. That should have been the message from the member from number 7, as is the message from all of us here, Madam Speaker. But I wanted to read that from the Colonel Michael Jones, head of Impacts, Madam Speaker. So this is very much alarming for the region. Madam Speaker, the other thing that the member from number 7 went on to speak about is the peace program. The peace program is a criminal enterprise that was endorsed by the administration he led. Madam Speaker. We have seen these criminal enterprises endorsed by governments before. We cite in Haiti, Madam Speaker. We cite in Central America. We cite in other CARICOM countries where people thought you can pay for peace. You cannot pay for it, Madam Speaker. It leads to more destruction. It leads to the shaking of the very foundation of the democratic societies that we seek to establish here in the Caribbean, or the country that practices that, Madam Speaker. It does not work. It cannot work. The best way, as has been showed by evidence, is to really assist in the rehabilitation of persons and to give them better opportunities, Madam Speaker. That is what the evidence has shown. Anything outside of that, Madam Speaker, we are going down a road that we may not be able to return from. But I would like to say that this government took the decision to lead a program that has the opportunity for true rehabilitation and to help the reincorporation of our young people into society to be productive persons. Madam Speaker, I have here with me, because they're talking about the peace program. The peace program was obscure. For the first year and a half, they denied it because they know it was a corrupt, government-sponsored enterprise. But not just corrupt, it was criminal, Madam Speaker. And I'm going to get into some numbers. So we launched the Elevate program, evidence-based, interviews with the participants, Madam Speaker. One of them here, we have the trainer's manual, and these manuals are now being used by other institutions. Career coaching and personal development, Madam Speaker, trainer's manual. To develop these, we put out a procurement, we went through a procurement process, and we got specialists, many of whom are tacticians with PhDs, not living here in St. Kitts at this time, some are here, who helped to put these together, Madam Speaker. This did not just drop out of somebody's mind, or you download something from the internet and copy and paste. This went through a wholesome process to arrive at what we have here, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we also, and this is the trainer's manual, so you can train a trainer. The other one we have is the financial literacy and introduction to entrepreneurship, Madam Speaker, in ways and simple terms that these principles can be learned. Because under the corrupt criminal enterprise called the Peace Program, a lot of the young people were given loans from Development Bank, given no financial literacy, given no guidance on how you can be a successful entrepreneur. Struggle them with loans, knowing that they would fail, Madam Speaker. And what we uncovered, Madam Speaker, is that when they got the loan, they had to give 10% back, Madam Speaker. So if they got $300,000, $30,000 to $40,000 had to be given in cash back. To who? To a crony, Madam Speaker. In the millions. That is why I have the evidence, Madam Speaker, from our audit. This was a criminal enterprise, endorsed, sponsored by the administration, led by the member from number 7. He don't dare challenge it because I have the evidence. And I think I have tabled already, I think I tabled the official audit, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, and then you have the trainer's book, and then you have the participant's book, which each of them get. And they have to go through the course, Madam Speaker. This is how serious we are about helping our young men. How can a member from number 7 stand in here today in good conscience and not ask them to submit their guns and ammunition, Madam Speaker? That is why it leaves one to think. And we must have evidence as well that people want to use crime and violence for political means. Yep. Madam Speaker, for political means. And we must condemn it in all its forms, Madam Speaker. You cannot be using crime and violence here in our country for political means. That is what is happening, and we have to condemn it. And they can't condemn it. The government is working against those who would seek, is working against those who would seek to use violence in an effort to try to destabilize the country for their own political purposes, Madam Speaker. This is not going to happen under this government where people want to use violence to destabilize this country. Never. How can a member in this House not condemn that? How can a member in this House not encourage young people to do what is good? That is so wrong on multiple levels, including not caring about the lives of the young people. Because they like when a life is lost to run on their fake Facebook page to say, another one gone. Using crime and violence for political means, Madam Speaker. We saw that in other countries. We saw what happened in Jamaica in the 80s, Madam Speaker, when you had rival gangs supporting different political parties that brought Jamaica to its knees. And today Jamaica is locked and having difficulties to unlock that type of culture from its fabric of society, Madam Speaker. We see what happened there. El Salvador. We see what happened there. Ecuador. We see what happened there. Haiti. For years, empowering gangs to the point where they got so powerful that they say, let's go now after the government. Look at Haiti. They got so powerful, they said, time now to go after the government. In Jamaica, you had one they used to call, they couldn't get him out after a while. Duras. That they had to go in and bomb apartment buildings. Madam Speaker, killing people because he had become so powerful. That is when we talk about the Don system that they had facilitated for many years, Madam Speaker. We can't allow that in St. Kitts and Nevis. That is why the whole of society has to condemn crime and violence and encourage our young people to do good and give our young people real opportunities to do good, Madam Speaker. That is what the peace program was not about. It was a criminal enterprise sponsored by the state. Madam Speaker, let me tell you why this first day night means, therefore, that they did not want to admit when we were coming up to the 2020 elections and we said that there was a criminal enterprise sponsored by the government where young people were being used so that they can siphon off millions of dollars, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in the audit 7.38, there were various, and it reads, there were various groups of individuals paid for their role in the ALP peace program other than the program participants, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in this one, you had what you call a management review board and an initial engagement team. And one name has shown up on both. And that one name received monies for being on both, Madam Speaker.
That's the one that's recorded.
And that's the one that is recorded. So the recorded one, we have already caught the hundreds of thousands of dollars they were getting, Madam Speaker. That is one of the ways in which they siphon off the money. And that person is extremely close to the member from number 7.
It's a family crony.
Extremely close. And they think we don't have we have the facts. On taking office, Madam Speaker, I immediately asked for an audit of the Development Bank by a very reputable organization, firm out of Canada, that is well respected, Madam Speaker. Look at how much money they're carrying home here, Madam Speaker. and come talking about peace program. This was a criminal enterprise sponsored by the state, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, but it does not stop there. Let's go on to part of the audit, 77.19. Based on the payment details in the Alpha system and the files maintained by the bank with supporting documentation for the program payments, to the extent these were retained, these were the files that they found. And I'm going to mention, this just from the files that they found, those that were missing, we still can't account for how much money was recorded in those files, Madam Speaker. Anyway, we confirmed the total government funds received just in the files. We allocated the expenditures or use of funds to various categories to the extent we were able to confirm the nature of expenditures, Madam Speaker. So it means that the situation was worse than what this recorded, even though this is extremely bad. In some cases, payments were in cash, and as a result, our ability to trace or confirm the use of those funds was limited, as discussed further below. In cash, Madam Speaker, a bank running a program in cash, to the extent that the files were available, this is what was revealed. We summarize the source and use of ALP Peace Program funds and the net shortfall funded by the Development Bank of Esken. Madam Speaker, use of funds. Tracked wages and advances to participants. Madam Speaker, $37,114,290. To the extent they could have found records, Madam Speaker, $37 million. Nothing to sneeze at. $37 million, Madam Speaker. There's no other program for young people in general that even come close to this, Madam Speaker. Today, Development Bank does not have any money to send young people to college because it is $333 million in debt because the money was siphoned off, Madam Speaker. And so we are now putting money in to help those young people. So I want to let those young people know that they should not lose faith. Madam Speaker, $37 million of what they found that they could have accounted for within the files. And I'm sure he had members of that administration who did not know how this money was being spent because they denied it, Madam Speaker, using government money and denying it. That's a crime. That is why it is a criminal enterprise sponsored by the government. Where did this money go? Wages to who? Madam Speaker, you couldn't trace some names. Some of the names were children names. One case we suspect may have even been a dog's name.
It's crazy.
That's how serious this is, Madam Speaker. Put in a name. I mean, I don't even want to. I mean, this is serious. When you trace the name, you can't find the name. The person does not exist, yet they have a wage next to the name, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, name of dead people. Put in a name. Put a salary next to it. Put a bank account number next to it, or get it in cash. This is just the part of the wages that had a name. When you uncover some of those names, dead people's names, children names, and all sorts of other things, Madam Speaker. And there was another aspect to it that we have uncovered, that when these names go, that the money come back to the one who is very closely connected.
Head honcho.
Head honcho. And I have it here. The name is mentioned, but I'm not going to mention the name because I respect the Parliament. But in the audit that I laid here before the House, it is in there, Madam Speaker. That was another way of how they made money. One, hundreds of thousands of dollars by being on multiple committees. Two, when you get the loan, you have to bring back 10% to me. And three, fake names and bring me some of that money.
Bring them. Say bring them.
Bring them. Madam Speaker, now we're going on, those are the tracked wages. We are now going on to the untracked cash wages, Madam Speaker. That's the track, you know. You see all the corruption already in the tract. I am now going on to the untracked. That there is no record. But there are no records, Madam Speaker. Where this money gone? Madam Speaker, the mechanism that was set up is that a check will be signed at Development Bank for hundreds of thousands of dollars, Madam Speaker. 600,000, 800,000. That check was then given to an employee of the bank to take to another bank. And a mechanism set up to get that $700,000, $800,000, $600,000 in cash. Madam Speaker, do you know what kind of bag the money came back in? A duffel bag. A duffel bag, Madam Speaker, from one bank to the next. And then, Madam Speaker, it goes on to say they will go up into the conference room of the Development Bank. Up in the conference room. And up there, they will split the cash up. And then I will add my words, like criminals around a table.
Stay close to me.
Madam Speaker. So that is why I said this was a criminal enterprise sponsored by the government, Madam Speaker. How in God's earth you can take government's money, go across by a bank, collect it in cash, bring it back to the bank, sit in the conference room and split it up. And Madam Speaker, after it is split up, the cash is delivered in brown envelopes and plastic bags to be taken out of the bank, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is why the peace program was a criminal enterprise sponsored by the government. And nobody asked any questions. When we asked questions on the opposition, they lied. And I think member from number 3 dealt with it. When the Gleaner from Jamaica asked about it, because that same program was implemented in Jamaica in the 1980s, and the Gleaner became very concerned. Why is it you want to implement a program like that in St. Kitts? And here in Jamaica, we have already seen the fruits of a program like that. And they denied it. When we said, you are doing it, and you needed to stop, they said, no money is being paid. Madam Speaker, look it right here. Untracked money. The tracked, as to the records they could have found, Madam Speaker, was $37 million. And the untracked one, guess how much missing, Madam Speaker? $22 million, 244,810.
Wow.
Madam Speaker, where did that money go? $22 million, Madam Speaker. Can't find it. Disappear, poof. And coming in here grandstanding, talking about the peace program. This is what this was about, Madam Speaker. This was a criminal enterprise sponsored by the government.
Led by the member of number 7.
And of course, that government led by the member from number 7. He was the Minister of National Security. He was the Minister of Finance. He was the minister responsible for Development Bank, Madam Speaker. And his brother was the manager slash CEO of the Development Bank, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, look at here. Untracked, $22,244,810. As far as the records they could have found, Madam Speaker, the bank today sits in debt of $333 million, more than $250 million, sinking, Madam Speaker, and have the heart to stand in here and tell people about the peace program? How can any transparent government continue anything like that? That was a criminal enterprise, and it did not benefit the participants fundamentally, because most of the money from this, in the tens of millions of dollars, Madam Speaker, went to the cronies and the well-connected. Madam Speaker, that is where the money went. Madam Speaker, the more I talk about this, it's the more upset I think I get, you know. How can you just siphon off tens of millions of dollars from the state? How does that work, Madam Speaker? How? And then got the gall to come in here to speak about this program. Madam Speaker, the people of St. Kitts and Nevis know why. When you start a program like this, the end result is what we see happened in Jamaica in the 80s and what we see happened in Haiti, what we see happening in Haiti at this present time, Madam Speaker. There's no other outcome except that outcome, Madam Speaker. And so the member from Number 7 should be ashamed. He should have done like the other members. Say, I support this, but I want to suggest other things. But you cannot come into a house where we are discussing getting guns and ammunition off the street and you can't support that.
And discourage.
And almost discouraging people not to hand in their ammunition and firearms, Madam Speaker. He does not even care about them. Because those weapons, Madam Speaker, are deadly weapons that can be used on even them, Madam Speaker. So we encourage them to bring them in and get those things off the street and start afresh, start anew. That is the message that he's supposed to be sending. He doesn't have to agree with me. He doesn't have to agree with anybody. But I think all of us should agree that we have to encourage to a great extent, Madam Speaker, that we should get rid of these firearms and ammunition. I read from Impacts who said now that there is linking up across the region. The enterprises are expanding, Madam Speaker. Therefore, we have to make sure we do what we do from the legal and legislative standpoint to seek to curtail this matter. It is sad that we had to go through that process where a former ACP said what a lot of those resources were used for better ammunition and better weapons, Madam Speaker. It is sad that those who lead the explorers, the officers, mentioned that children in primary school were looking to, I hope I'm being heard? Yes. Okay. We're looking to be a part of the peace program because they hear you don't have to work and you get money. Madam Speaker, I brought these manuals to show our people that we are serious when we say we want to put our young people on a path to rehabilitation. I encourage our young people to do what is right, to leave that life behind. That life leads to nowhere that is wholesome and good. This bill that we are debating here today is really, Madam Speaker, to save lives, to protect life. Because as I said in the opening, each life is precious. Even the lives of those who are in these type of activities, their lives are precious too, Madam Speaker. And we should care about their lives as much as we care about any other life, Madam Speaker. They are people too. Let's give them a chance, but a real chance. And to not hear me, remember from number 7, appeal to them to do better for themselves, their families, their communities, their country. Is a travesty, Madam Speaker. If it's one thing we should unite around as a parliament, even with the differences, is that we should unite, one, to save lives, and ask our young people to do better, encourage them to do better, and seek to give them the tools to do better, Madam Speaker. So I'm very, very concerned that here in St. Kitts and Nevis, we have a former Prime Minister who refuses to lend his full support. And even if he were to recommend his own ideas, which would be welcome, that is what I think we expected this afternoon. But we got the total opposite. I'm very deeply disappointed. Madam Speaker, a number of persons on the opposite bench asked some critical questions, which I think is important for me to answer. One of the things that was asked, I think by the senator opposite, was about the radar system. I want to say that we have been working with international partners, and we will soon set up a radar system here in St. Kitts and Nevis. Very, very soon, we will be able to protect our borders even more. It was also mentioned about the canine unit. When we got there was no canine unit. It was basically dismantled. We have restarted the canine unit, and so it is expanding. We're about to build the new housing for the canines. They have been trained, and so I want the member to know that we have reinstituted the canine unit as well. And we also receive a donation from the United States government of a new Coast Guard vessel, and that vessel was donated, I think, within the last 9 months or so. So we are including the radar system. Very good questions. The radar system, 1. 2, to have the vessel, and the commander of the Defense Force has visited 2 countries as we are seeking to procure even a larger vessel. He visited India, and I think is another European country, as we are seeking to get that particular vessel, larger vessel that we need. So on those 3 things, we are already progressing well, Madam Speaker. Canine unit is back up and expanding, and the radar system very soon will be implemented, and that would help us further to protect our borders. Madam Speaker, we welcome these type of interventions where you don't have to agree with everything, but you can also agree in principle, because the bill is principle. And then you can give your input as to what you think can enhance the bill, Madam Speaker, or what should be taken out that would, you think if it's taken out, it enhances the bill in another sense. But Madam Speaker, I want to now bring my wrap-up to a close, and to say to all who are involved, the Attorney General, his office, members of Cabinet, and the security, members of the security forces and so forth, and others who participated actively in bringing this legislation forward, I want to say thanks to all of them. May it please you, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you to the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 8, the mover of the bill. Question is that the bill shortly entitled Firearms Amendment Bill 2024 be read a second time. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill to amend the Firearms Act, Cap 19.05, and for matters connected therewith, otherwise known as the Firearms Amendment Bill 2024.
Bill shortly entitled Firearms Amendment Bill 2024 has been read for a second time. House moves into committee stage.
Clauses 1 through 9.
Madam Speaker, I would like to propose that there be an amendment in Clause 8. So, what did I say? Oh, Madam Chair, sorry. In 45A, subsection 2A, it should read, in St. Christopher and Nevis. And as well, Madam Chair, by inserting the clause 9 that was distributed, which reads, the Act is amended by inserting immediately after Section 52 a new Section 53 as follows. DPP to elect for trial. This was circulated to the members. Notwithstanding the provisions of any other law, where any person is charged with an offense under this Act, such offense shall be tried summarily or on indictment at the election of the Director of Public Prosecutions.
So we'll put two questions. First being clauses 1 through 8, as amended, stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Clause 9, as circulated, be inserted into the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
The enacting clause.
The question is that the enacting clause stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
The title.
The question is that the title stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, with your
I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 8.
Yes, with your leave, I rise to report the bill shortly entitled Firearms Amendment Bill 2024 has passed through the committee stage with amendments. Madam Speaker, I further move to suspend Section 57 of the standing orders and have read for a third time and pass the bill shortly entitled Firearms Amendment Bill 2024. Be passed.
Is there a seconder?
I second motion, Madam Speaker.
The question is that clause Standing Order 57 be suspended and that the bill shortly entitled Firearms Amendment Bill be read a third time and passed into law. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill to amend the Firearms Act, Cap 19.05, and for matters connected therewith, otherwise known as the Firearms Amendment Bill 2024.
The bill shortly entitled the Firearms Amendment Bill 2024 has been read a third time and passed into law.
Madam Speaker,
Recognize.
we'd like to have just a 5-minute recess before we proceed to the debating of the other bill.
Very well. The House will rise and adjourn for 5 minutes.
need a chance to. 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, good.
I recognize the honorable member for St. Christopher 8.
Madam Speaker, with your leave, I rise to have read a second time. Okay. Right, have read a second time in this honorable House and to lead the debate on offenses against the Person Amendment Bill 2024. Madam Speaker, this bill does three fundamental things. It increases the penalty for shooting with intent to murder from 10 years imprisonment to a maximum imprisonment of life, Madam Speaker, of life, and a fine of EC $500,000. B, Madam Speaker, this bill increases the penalty for non-shooting attempted murder from 10 years to a maximum of imprisonment of life. And third one, Madam Speaker, this bill increases the penalty for shooting with intent to cause grievous bodily harm from 20 years to a maximum imprisonment of 40 years and a fine of EC $500,000, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, all of these things that were mentioned above, these are all violent acts which intend to harm the victim. Commission of serious Commission of serious crimes, Madam Speaker, must have serious consequences. Madam Speaker, this bill, of course, is in similar vein to the Firearms Amendment Bill. It is also a simple bill, but a very important bill. It comes again, Madam Speaker, with the whole thrust of seeking to really deter persons who might engage in these type of activities, so that again we can seek, Madam Speaker, to preserve life, because each life is precious, Madam Speaker. So we want to take the firearms off the street, out of the houses, so that there is no weapon to cause harm. But we are saying if someone goes and causes significant harm to persons, that there has to be something to say, that we take that very seriously as a society, Madam Speaker. And therefore I appeal again to those who are prone to these type of things, to hand in your weapons, your ammunitions, and to lead a different life. A peaceful society that we are cannot accept this to become any norm. Our country is a beautiful country, and we have to do all that we can to preserve it, Madam Speaker. Therefore, Madam Speaker, the bill speaks for itself. And with that, Madam Speaker, may it please you. Thank you very much.
Thank you to the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 8, the mover of the bill. I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 1.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise to second the motion on the offences against the Person Amendment Bill 2024 and make a brief presentation. I'm not certain if that's a word I should use to you, Madam Speaker, but a very short presentation. As the mover just indicated, Madam Speaker, that it is a very short and timely bill. It is one, as you recognize, for the entire day. We are tightening up as we fight crime. And not only are we focusing just on gun or murder, but you would recognize that in the bill, based on the amendment in section 13, it speaks to attempts to murder, whether by drowning, suffocating, poisoning, etc. It basically is saying, Madam Speaker, that whatever form of crime or murder one decide to use, there is a price that you must pay. And I am reminded in Deuteronomy 5 and verse 17, and again in Exodus 20 verse 13, And it can't be any simpler, Madam Speaker. You shall not murder. As bluntly as that. And this is what the bill, in my mind, is speaking to. When you look at section 4:13a, shooting or attempting to shoot with intent to murder, and it explains clearly, any person who attempts to shoot at any person or by drawing a trigger attempts to discharge any kind of loaded arm at any person or in any other manner attempts to discharge any kind of loaded arm at any person commits an offense and is liable on conviction, on indictment, to pay a fine, and this is a big figure that is being shouted in the parliament, which means a very serious figure, $500,000 or imprisonment for life. With life, sorry. Without, yeah, that's correct. With or without hard labor. Or you might be able to do both. Madam Speaker, I must draw something to our attention because it is always easy for persons to forget. And in here is a place where you clarify things and you seek an opportunity to get some answers. Because while I sat here, and all of it tied into all three of the bills, as the Honorable Member for number 3 has indicated, there is a suite. Now, when one can use the word consultation and make it appear as if persons don't know, it is unfortunate. Because if my memory serves me right, even while I was on the opposition side, I never heard of no consultation when the peace program back then was introduced. Matter of fact, to bring it home, it was on the airwaves that even some persons who sat in the same cabinet or parliament with the Honorable Member for number 7, they didn't even know about the program. So for us to be talking about consultation, it is hypocritical. And we came in here and we are making the necessary changes, and we did consultations. When one look at what we are discussing here today, it is a clear indication that we are saying enough is enough. And if you choose to go down a particular road, you must be expected to pay the penalties and bear the consequences of the action that you choose. My responsibility is to call on all of the citizens, and perhaps I can zero in, even in my constituency, to continually ask for us to live in peace. And if for some reason persons are there who are not living in that light, and you have things that you're not supposed to have, you heard it from the Honorable Member from number 8 this morning, appealing for us, the nation, to bring in your weapons and ammunitions. I too join with the Honorable Prime Minister Member for number 8 and ask that they do that. I also want to ask the community, or the communities by extension, to continue to support our security forces. This, Madam Speaker, is a timely move, and I want to commend the Attorney General, just like how others have been doing it, and his entire team. and to probably say to the Honorable House that after I sat in a particular meeting with the Honorable Attorney General, he has been very lenient with the 40 years because they were asking for 50 years. So the Attorney General must be commended because it shows that he has some level of compassion and empathy, although he is still serious and firm, Madam Speaker. Because we don't manufacture guns in here. And we cannot afford to allow our streets to get out of hand. And I am in total support of this piece of legislation that would start to clean up our streets. Because this is serious times, Madam Speaker, and serious time requires measures, serious measures. And this bill speaks exactly to that, Madam Speaker. I lend my fullest support to this bill because it covers public safety. And of course, all of this is put in place in terms of deterring people from wanting to go out there and do harm to an individual. When I listened earlier, my heart was broken. It shouldn't, but I mean, I am still human. When you're hearing the member for number 7 talking as if it is okay to continue this lifestyle, why would you want to put away a man for 40 years and he have children? But before he hold the gun, he had children. It's a weapon, it's not a bag of bread he's going to buy from Amri or Fulton. It is a weapon, and it is obvious that some sort of damage is intended. So, Madam Speaker, we cannot be hypocritical about trying to clean up the streets, and then on another time it doesn't appear so. And this bill indicates to us the seriousness of this administration with cleaning up the road. Enough is enough, and we are saying you choose not to bring them in 15 days, you pay the penalty. Again, I want to wish this at the time safe passage. And again, Madam Speaker, I must commend the Attorney General and his team. A job well done. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you to the honorable member. Thank you. Thank you to the honorable member for saying Christopher One, the mover of the bill. I recognize the honorable Attorney General.
Madam Speaker, I wish to intervene even briefer than my learned colleague. Just to clarify for the general public what this very brief but important act does. Effectively, this bill is what we call an analogous amendment. What we have done earlier today is that we have increased the penalties for firearm importation, possession, etc. Naturally, shooting with a firearm is a much more serious offense than even just possessing it. So under the Offenses Against the Persons Act, there are two related provisions. One, shooting with intent to murder, which the penalty was 10 years. So if you're a bad shot, you get 10 years. If you're a good shot, you could be hanged. So there's something wrong with that, Madam Speaker. So we're trying to fix that. Right now, if you shoot after someone with the intent to murder them, you can spend life in prison, and also you can be fined. We also saw an anomaly in that shooting with intent to cause harm, which is a lesser offense than shooting with intent to murder, because if you intend to murder someone, it's different to if you intend to just harm them. And the intent to harm provision, for some reason, was 20 years max, whereas the intent to murder provision was 10. So we felt it necessary that we had to fix that anomaly, and that is why the shooting with intent to cause grievous bodily harm has been adjusted such that the maximum penalty is 40 years and the maximum fine is $500,000. And then there was the other provision that relates to attempting to murder by other means, drowning, suffocating. A person who attempts to drown, suffocate, or strangle any person, administer to, cause to be administered to, or cause to be taken by any person, any poison or other destructive thing, with intent to commit murder, whether any bodily injury results from the attempt or not, so that's whether you're successful or not, you commit a felony, and you'll be liable on conviction to indictment to imprisonment for life with or without hard labor. So if you try to kill somebody in another way, naturally, Madam Speaker, if you kill them, you could be hanged. If you are not successful, you could spend your life in prison. And that's a maximum sentence. So I wanted to make it clear to the general public that this is an analogous bill, and it also seeks to clear up an anomaly. Therefore, that is why the debate is so short, because really what we said, what we would have said about this bill if we debated this one alone, is what we said this morning in relation to the Firearms Bill. So I wish the bill safe passage, Madam Speaker.
Thank you to the Honorable Attorney General. Just a minute. Is there another presenter? I recognize the Honorable Member for St. Christopher 8, the mover of the bill, to do his wrap-up.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I rise to have this bill shortly entitled Offences Against the Person Amendment Bill 2024 be wrapped up. Madam Speaker, I want to join in with my colleagues and say that there really no need to expound too much on this particular bill, because I think it is clear that this bill really follows from what we did this morning, and therefore that is why I didn't delve into so much discussion about it, Madam Speaker. I want to thank them for their input. And as I have said before, this is really a suite of bills being brought to the House today to demonstrate that, one, we really believe that each life is precious, and we should do everything to preserve life and to really encourage those who might be on a path of this type of criminal activity with the weapons and ammunition that are required to really end this type of lifestyle. Don't even think about this type of lifestyle, and to get on the straight and narrow, and to help to really build wholesome communities and to build a progressive and peaceful country. Madam Speaker, with your leave.
Thank you, Honorable Member for St. Christopher 8, the mover of the bill. The question is that the bill shortly entitled Offences Against the Person Amendment Bill 2024 be read a second time. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill to amend the Offences Against the Person Act, Cap 4.21, otherwise known as the Offences Against the Person Amendment Bill 2024.
The bill shortly entitled Offences Against the Person Amendment Bill 2024 has been read a second time. House moves to committee stage.
Clauses 1 through 5.
AG. The question is that clauses 1 through 5 stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
The enacting clause.
The question is that the enacting clause stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
The title.
The question is that the title stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. House resume. Recognize the honorable member for St. Christopher A.
Madam Speaker, with your leave, I rise to report that the bill shortly entitled Offences Against the Person Amendment Bill 2024 has passed through the committee stage without amendments. Right. Therefore, Madam Speaker, I move that the bill be read a third time and pass into law. Well, this is right. Madam Speaker, yes, this is one sitting, so I'll ask that we move a motion to suspend Section 57 of the Standing Orders and have read for a third time and pass the bill shortly entitled Offences Against the Person Amendment Bill 2024. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Is there a seconder?
Madam Speaker, I rise to second that motion.
Right. The question is that Standing Order 57 be suspended. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. The question is that the bill shortly entitled Offences Against the Person, Amendment Bill 2024, be read a third time and passed into law. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill to amend the Offences Against the Person Act, Cap 4.21, otherwise known as the Offences Against the Person Amendment Bill 2024.
The bill shortly entitled Offences Against the Person, Amendment Bill 2024, has been read a third time and passed into law. I recognize the Honorable Attorney General.
Good evening, judges. Madam Speaker, I rise to have read for a second time in this Honorable National Assembly the bill shortly titled Justice Interference Prevention Bill 2024. I wish to lead the debate, Madam Speaker, with your leave. Madam Speaker, this bill was developed over the past few weeks after it came to our attention that 5 high-profile trials have been impacted by blatant and back-channel witness and juror intimidation. In the last few years, too many high-profile murder cases have resulted in either hung juries or ended with withdrawals or no case submissions because either witnesses became hostile, that is, they changed their stories. I'm sure you're familiar with that, Madam Speaker, in your time as a prosecutor. Or jurors were compromised due to threats and intimidation by the accused persons or their surrogates, typically gang members. This has become an option known by criminals to escape conviction. Witnesses and jurors play crucial roles in the criminal justice system, and protecting them from intimidation, bribery, or threats is essential for maintaining the integrity of legal proceedings. There are numerous benefits of having strong laws to safeguard witnesses, jurors, and other individuals. You ensure justice and fairness. Witness testimony is often pivotal in determining guilt or innocence. Strong protections allow witnesses to testify truthfully without fear, ensuring a fair trial. Jurors' impartiality is critical. Laws protect them from external pressures, allowing them to make unbiased decisions based on evidence. You also want to preserve witness testimony. Witnesses may hesitate to come forward if they fear retaliation. Robust laws encourage cooperation by shielding witnesses from harm. Without witness testimony, cases could collapse, leading to miscarriage of justice. You also wish to promote public safety. Witness protection prevents retaliation against witnesses who testify against dangerous criminals. By safeguarding jurors, we prevent interference that could compromise verdicts and endanger public safety. We wish to maintain confidence in the legal system. When witnesses and jurors feel secure, public trust in the justice system increases, Confidence in the system encourages cooperation and compliance with the legal processes. You want to deter intimidation and tampering. Strong laws send a message that interference won't be tolerated. Potential wrongdoers think twice before attempting to intimidate or bribe witnesses or jurors. It supports investigations. Witnesses provide critical information during investigations. Protecting them ensures thorough fact-finding. Jurors' safety allows them to focus on the case without distractions. It facilitates effective trials. Witnesses who fear intimidation may withhold information, hindering trials. Jurors need a secure environment to deliberate freely and reach just verdicts. There are legal remedies against intimidation. The bill allows witnesses to seek legal recourse if they face threats or coercion. This empowers witnesses to report incidents without fear. And then there are ethical considerations. Protecting witnesses and jurors aligns with the ethical principles of fairness, justice, and human rights. It reflects society's commitment to upholding the rule of law. In summary, Madam Speaker, robust legal protections for witnesses, jurors, and other persons involved in legal proceedings are essential for a just and effective criminal justice system. These protections uphold the fundamental principles of fairness, safety, and trust. So what does the bill do, Madam Speaker? First, the bill says, these are the persons we are trying to protect. Any person assisting in an investigation into an offense, any person who is likely to give or has given a statement to the police with respect to an investigation into an offense, any person who is being sought or has been summoned to give evidence in official proceedings related to an offense, any witness or person who is being sought to give evidence in official proceedings, a person who has been selected as a juror, any magistrate, any judge of a court of competent jurisdiction within St. Kitts and Nevis, a commissioner of inquiry appointed under the Commissioners of Inquiry Act, judicial or other officers involved in official proceedings, attorneys at law involved in official proceedings related to an offense, and any other person involved in the administration of justice in St. Christopher and Nevis. So those are the persons that we are seeking to protect by this act. And what this act does is it creates criminal offenses. Let me explain. Before, under the common law, that is the law that is not made in Parliament, there is what you call obstructing the course of justice. So if you tamper with a witness or offer a bribe to a witness, it all fell under one umbrella. But modern countries, and this law is actually based on, I would say maybe the roots of it are based on a Criminal Justice Act in the UK. And we felt it was necessary, because of the prevalence of witness intimidation, to have specific crimes created that are clear as to what you can and cannot do. Because no one is going to read cases in the common law about obstructing the course of justice, but they can pick up obstructing or perverting the course of justice. But they can pick up the Justice Interference Protection Bill, and they can see what I'm not supposed to do. So the Act creates the offense of intimidation of protected persons. A person commits an offense if that person, with intent to interfere with the course of justice or otherwise cause an investigation or the course of justice to be obstructed, perverted, or interfered with, does any of the following acts or engages in any of the following conduct, knowing or believing that the person is a protected person. Intimidates a protected person. Everybody knows what intimidation is. Harasses a protected person. We all know what harassment is. And engages in conduct to mislead a protected person. Commits an offense. And that intimidation or action can be either in relation to the person's financial affairs, their emotional affairs, or their physical well-being or property. And the penalty for intimidation, which is the lowest of the offenses, is proposed to be a maximum of 20 years and a fine not exceeding $250,000 or both. And that is in relation to a high-profile offense. And let me say what high-profile offenses are. Murder, attempted murder, conspiring or soliciting to commit murder, manslaughter, accessory after the fact to murder, rape, any offense with the intent to murder, any offense under the Firearms Act, any offense under the Gang Prohibition and Prevention Act. So those are what you consider high-profile matters, Madam Speaker. So there's a different tier. If you are trying to intimidate a witness involved in a murder matter, it is a different maximum penalty than if you try to interfere in a lesser offense like theft, for example. If it's a lesser offense, then you can either go to the magistrate's court or to the high court, and you can get 10 years maximum in the magistrate's court, a $50,000 fine, or 15 years in the high court and a $150,000 fine. The next offense, Madam Speaker, is harm or threats of harm to the protected person. So this is where a person either threatens or actually uses physical force, threatens to use physical force, harms the person, threatens to harm the person, or uses hand gestures to threaten or harm a person. Madam Speaker, it was reported to me just very recently in a murder case that the accused did this, put the finger by the neck. We all know what that means, Madam Speaker, to a witness in the precincts of the court, as a message to say, if you testify, Madam Speaker, it's difficult to talk about these things because they're the worst things that happen in our society. But it's real, and it happens throughout the world. So what we're doing is we're trying to be proactive in our criminal justice reform to have specific offenses to deter these activities and also to punish the persons who commit them. Naturally, Madam Speaker, if you're an accused and you know that if you threaten a witness in your matter, whereas the evidence might not be strong in your substantive matter, you could end up being in prison for a long time just because you try to interfere with a witness or a juror. We have to discourage that activity, Madam Speaker, and you do that by strong laws. And what we submit is this is a strong law that has been created by the AGO. The next offense, Madam Speaker, is that of offering bribes to protected persons. So if you offer a bribe so that the person doesn't testify or that the person changes their story, there are also sanctions, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, let me go through the penalties. So the penalties, as I said, vary based on whether it's a high-profile matter, such as murders, rape, firearm-related, and gang-related trials. So high-profile harm, you face a maximum penalty of 25 years and a fine of $500,000. High-profile intimidation, 20 years and $250,000. And high-profile bribery, 20 years and $250,000. In relation to non-high-profile offenses, for harm or threats of harm, it's 20 years and $250,000. Intimidation, 15 years and $150,000. And bribery, 15 years and $150,000. So, Madam Speaker, this is, as I said earlier, and has been said by my colleagues, is part of the initial suite of criminal reform legislation. And these three are the most urgent of those laws that we intend to pass. The next set that we're likely to bring to this House are judge-alone trials in certain matters to even avoid there being jurors involved in certain high-profile murder cases, as well as the voluntary bill of indictment so that murder charges can come up even quicker so that we can protect our witnesses in those matters, Madam Speaker. We live in a very small society. People almost say everybody knows everybody. So you understand that there's a natural hesitance in a small society to testify when you see a crime happening. But at the end of the day, the best evidence, as you know, Madam Speaker, is witness evidence. Because there's nothing in a criminal trial like a human being talking to a group of human beings and saying, this is what I saw. And it's important in a fair and just society that persons who abuse the law, persons who commit serious crimes, are brought to justice. And if we do not bring this bill, Madam Speaker, unfortunately, the practice that is occurring too often in our criminal courts will continue unabated, where there is juror and witness intimidation. I will give you a story, Madam Speaker. I was informed that very recently, in a very high-profile murder matter, that a member of a gang, his colleague gang member, was driving around close to the courthouse with the cousin of a juror in the vehicle with the windows down. So that when the jurors came out during their break, they could see that their cousin is in the car with a certain person. We cannot continue to have that, Madam Speaker. People are human, and people think of their lives first. We cannot continue to have this sort of intimidation and threats of harm that are occurring, that are interfering with the fair disposal of criminal proceedings. And that is why this particular bill is part of our first suite of the criminal justice reform legislation that we're bringing, because it is pertinent, it is a live issue happening right now. Contemporaneously with us being in Parliament, there's witness intimidation that is occurring in different places. And it is a grave concern that if we, as the persons who speak on behalf of the people, do not bring forward laws like this that seek to protect our people and ensure that there's justice in our community, then we'll be letting our people down. And we are here today because our first duty, being in the offices that we sit, are to protect the people. And you only protect the people by ensuring that the persons who commit the most harm to our people are no longer around to commit more harm. And when I talk about this matter, Madam Speaker, this is murder cases. You know, people complain that there are not enough people getting convicted or arrested. But when we do get evidence and we do get charges, then they have another way to try and interfere with our criminal justice system. And we just can't let that happen, Madam Speaker. So the bill is not very long. As I said, it has 3 fundamental elements, and it is crafted based on laws that we have seen, modern laws that we have seen in our jurisdictions, and we catered it to made it bespoke and catered it to our situation, our small island situation. And we hope that it will change the culture with respect to how criminal matters are prosecuted, and it will deter persons, make them think twice from sneaking a cell phone into prison and calling a witness. Hello? I hear you're witnessing my matter. You better not come. And this is happening, Madam Speaker. This is happening right around us, unfortunately. And we have to do something about it. And this is the legislative step that we will take. This is not the only step. This is part of a multifaceted, multi-sectoral, multi-ministerial, multi-departmental strategy to try and make St. Kitts and Nevis a better place. So with that said, Madam Speaker, I wish this bill safe passage.
Thank you to the Honorable Attorney General. I recognize the honorable member for St. Christopher III.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. With your leave, I rise to second the motion to have this bill read a second time in this honorable House, and I wish to contribute to this particular bit of legislation before us. I want to take this opportunity once again to commend the Attorney General and his team for being responsive and proactive in the administration of justice here in this country. When we identify the solutions that are available to us, then it is incumbent upon us to act. And as a government, we will continue to act in that regard. What is before us is the culmination of the suite of legislation which I referred to earlier today as part of the justice reform. to improve our ability to prevent and deter criminal activity. So we had the Firearms Amendment Bill, which said if you have anything to do with a firearm that is illegal, you can now get up to 40 years. You don't have to pull a trigger, you don't have to do any of that. Anyhow that you are associated in any way with illegal firearms and ammunition, etc., you can be held accountable and imprisoned for up to 40 years and fined, and also fined up to $500,000. It's the first part of the suite today. But then, what about if that person decides not to get rid of that firearm, keeps the firearm, and then attempts to use that firearm? The second bill which we passed in this honorable House was the Offenses Against the Person Amendment, where we are saying if we didn't catch you with the firearm before and you try to do something with the firearm and you attempt to shoot somebody, if you try to squeeze the trigger, you can get life in prison or up to $500,000 in fines. So that's the step, the next step in the suite. We also sought to adjust the anomaly of where if you attempt to kill someone and you missed, it was 10 years. So that has now been adjusted to life. And if you attempted to hit somebody and cause bodily harm, that was 20. That has now gone up to 40 years. So first step, if you're caught with a firearm, you could be in prison for 40 years. If the police or the authorities didn't detect you at that point, and you go and pull the trigger and you miss, life in prison. And the final part today, which we are saying, is if we do then catch you in the act of any of this, and you are trying to now evade the arm of justice, if you whisper, if you do a threatening sign, if you take up the phone and call, or have somebody call, or have somebody do something to intimidate anybody associated with this, with the investigation that is ongoing, we have now created a framework where you can be held accountable for that. And that comes under this bill, which is entitled the Justice Interference Prevention Bill. And the AG went through who this bill is seeking to protect: judges, magistrates, witnesses, police, well, anybody assisting with the investigation, anybody in the legal system that's associated with the case, now has the protection that if somebody tries to threaten you in any way, they will be liable to, and listen to some of them again, in the case of high-profile harm, if it is a case involving high-profile harm, which are things like murder, attempted murder, etc., just by making a gesture to intimidate, if you try to harm the person, or threat of harm, threatening to kill them, threatening to get them out, just that, which in some instances is going to be a lot easier to prove than, say, a murder, because somebody might catch you on tape. You might even try to do it in the courtroom. You might try to do it WhatsApp, social media, any of those places. You threaten any harm, 25 years and up to $500,000. If you try to intimidate, watch too hard or something, 20 years, $250,000. If you try to pay money, say, take this, don't say nothing, 20 years in prison for that. Or and, I don't know if this is or and, $250,000 fine. And then for what is not considered high-profile offenses, that is not murder, not attempted murder, or anything of that sort, then if you harm someone in trying to prevent justice, 20 years, $250,000. If you try to intimidate, 15 years, and a fine of $150,000. And if you try to bribe, it's 15 years and a fine of $150,000. So what we are attempting to do here, Madam Speaker, is if you are a witness in a case, we want to give you some comfort that the law is there to protect you. So that, for instance, if someone actually threatens you and there is clear evidence, then that person can be held accountable and sent to prison for up to 25 years. So we're trying to build the confidence in the justice system that I can be a meaningful contributor without jeopardizing my life, my livelihood, my friends, and our family. So we want people to participate in the justice system. And there are avenues through which you can provide information, and we want to make sure that you are protected. And so I want to encourage persons, as I always do, when you get a chance, go on St. Kitts Law Commission. That's what the website is called. St. Kitts Law Commission. Just search it in Google. St. Kitts Law Commission. And there you will find all the pieces of legislation that we have, all the bits of laws. Look them up. Familiarize yourself with them and see that this government is actually working on your behalf to improve the St. Kitts and Nevis, which we all love so much. And go and read, for instance, the Firearms Amendment Bill. Go and read the Offenses Against the Person Amendment Bill. Go and read the Justice Interference Prevention Bill. And understand collectively what we're trying to do is we're trying to deter people from involving themselves with firearms. And if they're not deterred and they use them, we want to be able to put them away for life, again, to try to deter them from doing that. And also we want to increase harsh penalties for those who would seek to, in any way, try to interfere in the dispensation of justice in our beautiful federation. So I want to commend the government for bringing this suite of legislation. I want to wholeheartedly support this effort and wish this bill safe passage through this honorable House. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you to the honorable member for St. Christopher 3. I recognize the honorable member for Nevis 10.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I rise to make a brief contribution to the bill before this honorable House. I know it is late, Madam Speaker, so I would not tarry long. Justice Interference Prevention Bill 2024. And before I make my little presentation, I just want as well to commend the administration and this honorable House for bringing this suite of legislation to the Parliament today. We are living in a society now where, unfortunately, we have too many crimes. Crime, a lot of the times, is on the rampage. Your mic, Madam Speaker. Your mic. All right, so I would commend any or support any legislation that is trying to crack down on crime and to reduce the crime that is in our federation. All of us in St. Kitts and Nevis ought to feel safe, whether we are in our homes, whether we are walking on the street, whether we are driving on the street, whether we are in the band for Carnival or Culturama, we should feel safe. And so I am very happy that we are here today to try to pass legislation to try to make St. Kitts and Nevis a safer place. Of course, we know we depend very heavily on tourism as well. And persons who come to our shores should feel safe as well when they are here, whether it's for a day, a week, a month, or whatever. And so I want to commend the Attorney General's office for bringing these pieces of legislation to the House. And this particular one that I want to make the presentation on, I think it complements very well the other two bills that have already been passed. Because we can come here and we can speak about penalties and increasing the penalties, but if justice is not done, then the bills would prove futile. Because we could come and say, well, we are increasing the penalty, the monies that to be paid and the increasing number of years, but if nothing happens in the court and the justice is not done in the court, then it didn't make any sense to come and pass the bills anyway, because all the criminals will still go free and then the crimes will continue to be committed. And so I believe this particular piece of legislation, this last one, complements exceptionally well the other two pieces of legislation. And Madam Speaker, here in St. Kitts and Nevis, often it is, a lot of perceptions are out there about justice. Because a lot of the times people tend to believe that justice is not done. And it's not only here in St. Kitts and Nevis, but throughout the region and throughout the world as well. And a lot of the times people tend to believe, well, listen, the justice system is too light, and in the end, the victim gets the worst end of the justice system. Only last night I was listening to a radio program, and a gentleman called in and he said, he asked the person who was hosting the program, is justice really being done in St. Kitts and Nevis? And his contention was that the court system in the Federation favors women over men when women and men go to court against each other. You know? And so, and a lot of the time, sometimes, high-profile crimes are committed and people get away scot-free. Sometimes it could be human error. We have some good learned judges, but they can err. Our learned lawyers can err. Sometimes the evidence is not presented properly. And there are other things that can happen. But I think most of the times we underestimate how much interference is actually done in the justice system. And that is why a lot of the times justice is not being done, because you have the justice interference. You have people interfering with the protected persons, and then sometimes as well, the protected persons go along with it. And so you have a lot of interference. So I'm happy that we are actually bringing something that says justice interference prevention, because this could come as a warning for persons who are actually out there thinking of interfering with the justice system. Of course, the mover of the bill would have spoken about the three main areas: the intimidation, the harming, and of course the bribery, because I think this is one of the ones that is very often used, where persons who have a lot of money can easily bribe someone who might be poor and who wants the money. And they actually take the money and they're being bribed. And then they don't bother to go to court to witness for a high-profile crime. And so it is important that we tackle these and tackle them head-on, because getting to the sustainable island state means that we should have good justice as well, and we should feel safe in the sustainable island state. And so I am happy that we are bringing this piece of legislation to warn people who are thinking of intimidating and harming and bribing protected persons, that there is now law, there is now something that can actually prosecute you. Now, Madam Speaker, I wanted to, in my little brief presentation as well, I wanted to throw something else into the mix. Mr. Attorney General, listen, I don't know if I'm going to make sense, but you have persons who will deliberately try to intimidate or bribe or harm protected persons. But there will be instances as well where those protected persons could actually, I would probably term them, could in the end become an accessory as well. Because I just spoke about the bribery where someone could offer you a $50,000 and you are the main witness in this case. So if you decide, well, listen, I'm going to take this $50,000 and I'm not going to come and witness in the case, can that protected person now be prosecuted as well?
Not under this act.
Not under this act. But I'm serious, this is something that we ought to look at. Because sometimes even in a rape case, as the rape is listed here, sometimes in a rape case, the victim, once the victim get paid off, she not got a court again, you know. Whatever, right? So, I mean, I think in that case, they are interfering with the justice system as well. So it's not only the person who is offering the bribe, it's not only the person who is trying to intimidate, but in essence, that other person who can assist in bringing justice is actually saying, well, I am not going to court. And in a case like that, I think something ought to be done with that person as well. Right? And I also have something else to put into the mix. Because I have a lot of respect for our police officers. They work very hard. And a lot of the times they're under stress. And they have to go through a lot of dangerous situations. I believe most of our police officers are good police officers. But in anything, you will have a couple of the bad ones as well. And so if you have, we have heard many cases where evidence is in the police station and the evidence disappear. Evidence disappear and nobody knows how the evidence disappear. Now, if it can be proven as to who was responsible for the disappearance of that evidence, what happens there? It's not in this bill either, but it's something for you to consider as well. Right? So I've thrown two little things into the mix which ought to be considered, because I believe it is important that when people are interfering with the justice system, whether you are interfering with the protected person or whether it is the protected person who is also assisting in interfering with the justice system, they themselves should also be prosecuted. But I want to say again that I commend the Parliament for bringing these pieces of legislation. I'm happy that we are trying our utmost to crack down on crime and fight crime, because St. Kitts Nevis ought to be a land of peace, where peace abounds, and sometimes it doesn't feel that way. All of us as citizens and residents, we ought to feel safe. I want to feel safe at all times. I'm sure everybody in this precinct of this court want to feel safe at all times. So with these few words, Madam Speaker, I wish this bill safe passage through this Honourable House.
Thank you to the Honourable Member for Nevis 10. I recognize the Honourable Attorney General, the mover of the bill, to do his wrap-up.
Madam Speaker, that was just a beautiful example for people as to what a constructive opposition can be. Because we do not think on this side or the AG's office that we have all of the knowledge. We are not all knowing. Everybody in here is here for a purpose. But it is a democracy. I agree, and I've already amended the section to include persons who receive bribes, because that is also, and persons who receive and demand, because I myself when I was a prosecutor, found myself in a very difficult situation during a rape trial. And it just so happened that evidence came out in the trial that the victim, alleged victim, had sought money from the virtual complainant, the accused person. That only came out in the trial, and we had to abandon ship because naturally that should not happen. So I have a personal feeling for that, but we are democracy on this side. So I have the amendment which I will propose, and then my colleagues will vote yea on it because we are truly a democracy. But I agree because that is as much interference as if the bribe came from outside. Because you, knowing that you are a victim of a, for example, it probably most likely happened in sexual offenses. And somebody convinces you, no, don't worry about that person going to prison. Just let that person pay you $50,000, $10,000. And then you don't give evidence or you change your story. That is as much an interference with the system as, because, think about it. If that person wanted money, initially, if they didn't feel like they were actually the victim of a crime, they would not have reported it to the police. But the fact that they reported it to the police means they have seen it as a crime, maybe because of circumstances or comments from certain people in their family who say, don't worry about, you ain't getting nothing from him, go in jail. Don't worry about what he did to you. Take the money and leave it alone. So in my view, the member from Nevis 10 has made a very good input. And I sat down and I drafted, it's very easy because it will be the same section. The only thing that potentially could, sorry? Oh, sorry. Yes, I'm too tall, Madam Speaker. Yes, Madam Speaker. So I have made the necessary amendment, which I will propose during, when we go to committee stage, because I will just read it so the general public can know. The proposed amendment, which I personally accept.
Sorry, AG, just a technical note. We're getting reports that we're not being heard clearly, so I would like the technical persons to ensure that the mic feed that is leaving here is at its maximum. Thank you.
Maybe that's Adrian coming to visit. Okay, so rest in peace. Yes, Madam Speaker, the proposal is that the section which read giving or offering bribes to protected persons could read giving, offering, receiving or demanding bribes from protected or to protected persons. We can figure that out. And the section would read, a person commits an offense if that person gives, offers, receives, or demands any money, gift, loan, reward, advantage, or other benefit from, to, or from a protected person with intent to interfere with the course of justice. And that would cover the situation, Madam Speaker, which I believe is a very good suggestion. And Madam Speaker, I think from the debate, although brief, there's an understanding of the general public as to what we're trying to achieve. We're trying to protect the justice system, and we're going to be doing this one by one by one. So as I said earlier, be prepared for many sessions over the next couple months, but these are important sessions, and these are important laws. And with that said, Madam Speaker, I wish the bill safe passage.
Thank you to the Honorable Attorney General. Should we proceed? Question is that the bill shortly entitled the Justice Interference Prevention Bill 2024 be read a second time. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill to deter interference with criminal investigations, criminal prosecutions, and other official proceedings, to create specific criminal offenses for interference with protected persons involved in the administration of justice, and to provide for incidental or related matters, otherwise known as the Justice Interference Prevention Bill 2024.
The bill shortly entitled Justice Interference Prevention Bill 2024 was read a second time. House moves into committee stage. Honorable members, I have a suggestion, given that we are going to make what I deem a substantial change to the bill. Now, in practice, when the judge gets to a particular point, he rises, adjourns the matter so that he can review and properly cover all points. Now, I wish to err on the side of caution and rise for 10 minutes to have the Attorney General, if he wishes, to consult with Parliamentary Counsel to ensure that everything is in order before we move forward. Because if the bill is passed and it does not cover or capture what we intend for it to capture, that may pose another difficulty. And so I wish to rise for 10 minutes to allow for consultation. Committee stage resumes. There are two copies on my desk. Are they verbatim? Okay.
Yes, Madam Chair, with respect to clause 3, subsection 2A, it should read, it is immaterial that the act or conduct is done, and the remaining from or to made be removed. So it should read, it is immaterial that the act or conduct is done, and then the dash. And Madam Chair, with respect to section 4.2a, it should read, it is immaterial that the harm is done or threat is made. It is immaterial that the harm is done or threat is made. And Madam Chair, with respect to section 5, subsections 1 and 2, they should be amended according to the document issued to parliamentarians and to you, Madam Chair. And it reads, the section will now read, giving or receiving bribes. Subsection 1, a person commits an offense if A, that person gives or offers any money, gift, loan, reward, advantage, or other benefit to a protected person, or B, a protecting person demands or receives any money, gift, loan, reward, advantage, or other benefit from any person with intent to interfere with the course of justice or otherwise cause an investigation or the course of justice to be obstructed, perverted, or interfered with. Subsection 2, for the purposes of subsection 1, it is immaterial, A, that the benefit is given, offered, demanded, or received otherwise than in the presence of the protected person. B, it is immaterial that the benefit is given or offered to a person other than the protected person. C, it is immaterial that the benefit is demanded or received by a person who is an agent of the protected person. And D, the intention required by subsection 1 needs not be the only or the predominating intention or motive with which the act is done. And Madam Chair, in subsection 6.3, where it says this section, it should say this act. Whoever conspires to commit an offense under this act shall be subject to the same penalties as those prescribed for the offense, the commission of which was the object of the conspiracy. In which section? Oh, yes. Madam Chair, I've been told that the section that is now 5 should be 4. That's in section 5. 5 is listed as 5, but it really should be 4. Madam Speaker, those are the amendments proposed. I don't know if my learned friend accepts the proposal.
Yes, sir.
Sorry, we would have to approach it with two questions. The first being for the clause that we circulated, and then we'll have a question posed to have all of the clauses as amended stand part of the bill, so that it captures this one as well. All right. So just that we get the numbering correct. The clause as circulated would be clause 4, just so that I have 5. Yes, I made the change. Thank you. All right, so Clerk, the two questions.
Clauses 1 and 2.
The clause 5, and then we take all of the clauses as amended. It's fine, I'll move the question. The question is that clause 5 as circulated stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. The question is that clauses 1 through 7 stand part of the bill. Those in favor, as amended, apologies, stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Proceed, Clerk.
The enacting clause.
The question is that the enacting clause stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
The title.
The question is that the title stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. House resumes. I recognize the Honorable Attorney General.
May it please you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker. Yes, Madam Speaker, I move a motion to suspend Section 57 of the Standing Orders and have read for a third time and passed the bill shortly titled Justice Interference Prevention Bill 2024.
Seconder. I recognize.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Thank you. The question is that Standing Order 57 be suspended. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Question is that the bill shortly entitled Justice Interference Prevention Bill 2024 be read a third time and passed into law. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill to deter the interference with criminal investigations, criminal prosecutions, and other official proceedings, to create specific criminal offenses for interference with protected persons involved in the administration of justice, and to provide for incidental or related matters, otherwise known as the Justice Interference Prevention Bill 2024.
The bill shortly entitled Justice Interference Prevention Bill 2024 has been read a third time and passed into law. Next item on the order paper.
Motions, resolutions, adjournments.
Madam Speaker, I rise to move that this House stand adjourned, sign and dine, and invite you again, Mr. PM and Madam Speaker, to the commissioning of the K-On Well tomorrow morning at 8:30. Second.
Honorable member, before you sit, you may have to amend that slightly. We have a sitting tomorrow, and so when there is an order paper that is published with a date, you can adjourn to that specific date if you wish. The time.
It's a separate sitting,
yes.
So this House still has to be adjourned. So
yes.
I accept your counsel, wise Madam Speaker, and I move that a motion that this House sign and dine until Friday, 10th May, in the forenoon at 10 a.m.
Madam Speaker, I second that motion.
Well, the question is that this House stands adjourned, sign and die, until tomorrow, 10th May 2024, perhaps at 10 in the forenoon. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. House stands adjourned.